Hello, everybody. Am I live? That is the question. Am I live? Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. The stream is now. The stream's happening. It's here. It's now. It's here. I can hear myself, so that's a good sign. Alrighty, alrighty. I think we are ready to start. I'm like speaking like Jar Jar Binks now. Let's go ahead and make our announcement on the Discord. We are live. Let's give a red circle and where we are live. Live. And we are doing editor mode. Editor mode for compiler, for compiled lang, and maybe more. Who knows? Part 19. What a terrible notification to get. But it's perfect. We're live. Why are you fat? You're not supposed to be cut off. You're supposed to be a square. Please be a square. Why? I get mad at Discord sometimes. It has such simple rules and it breaks them constantly. What? How does this work? The rendering code must be a real hoot to look at. Also, now. Someone asked when I was streaming earlier. Now I am streaming. I would like to take this time before we get started to thank a very special member of the community. Whoops. And that member is Twitch TV at Suno3. This person has donated, and I would like to thank them so much. Who else has donated is TTV at VMe with an E. These two people have been instrumental in the making of this stream, and I greatly appreciate their donations. Soon 3. I think he said soon just 3, by the way. So hey, they're the same length. Look at us. He left a message and said, learned a lot from your streams. Thank you, Lens. So I'd just like to thank Soon3 back, because I don't feel like I did very much. I just sit here in my chair and talk for a while. It's you guys that really put the value into what I'm doing, so thank you. RPWH says hi, hi. Hello, RPWH. How are you doing? Thank you for tuning in today. With that special thanks to our 2 amazing donators. There's been 3, but one of them wasn't claimed, so who knows who did it. Yeah, special thanks to our 2 amazing donators who help keep the stream live. Now let's work on what we're doing. I think I already have it open. Yes, I do. So I can just be here now. Perfect. And I already started a little bit so that it's not too much of a hassle to get everything running. I also was doing some research this morning. So when we take a look at our code, you can see that at the bottom here, we are in fundamental mode, which in Emacs is basically just text editing. It's basic controls, right? So what we would like to happen is that when we're in this language, because for example, if we go to our main.c, you can see that we're in C mode. So we would like to be in, interesting. I would like to be in whatever mode this language is, right? It doesn't have a name yet, so that's why we've called it the unnamed mode. So we don't actually have to create it ourselves entirely. We can use define derived mode, and I think we can derive from prog mode and just do something like this and say it's unnamed. So this string is the name, which is probably, yeah, using name as the string form of the mode name. So that's probably what will show up here. And then, okay, what else do we have? Defining derived modes. The new mode has its own sparse key map, so we can define our own keys. That's cool. In unmode map, it seems like. Unmode-map. The new mode has its own syntax table kept in the variable variant syntax table. So this is probably what we have to deal with, right? Should we define the mode, then change the table? Or change the table, then define the mode? Probably define the mode, then change the table. So we're going to have to deal with a syntax table. There's also an abbreviation table under variant abbrev table. So I don't know what that is, to be honest, but if we can do abbreviations where like we type defun or df and then tab and it goes to like defun, that would be cool. Eternal Wild Fox, hello, how are you doing? We're getting lispy today. Thank you for tuning in, Eternal Wild Fox. Eternal Wild Fox is doing fine. Awesome, awesome. It is so good to see you. What about you? Eternal Wild Fox asks. I'm doing okay. Had an okay morning. Rough night. As usual. But I am glad I am still here doing okay. Working on this compiler. Now we're working on a mode for the language so that we can edit it and have syntax highlighting. Yes. Awesome. So syntax table. How do we deal with a syntax table? Okay, so it looks like they define the var locally, as in the unmode syntax table or something like that, right? Is that what it's under? Variant dash syntax table, yes. Eternal Wildfox says, how did you do the variable string with the buffer again? I've forgotten. Otherwise I define 1,000. It is for debugging anyway. What? Oh, okay. I know what you're asking about. So yesterday we talked about, yeah, Eternal Wild Fox needs help part 3. Nope, part 4. My bad. Okay, so lol. It's all good. I love helping people. So in session 3, yeah. Okay. So this, I don't know how much you know about variable arguments in C, but in C, it doesn't matter how many arguments you pass to a function. So like if I define foo like this, and it just returns right away, like this just does nothing, right? There's nothing here. It's a semicolon. You can call foo with 1, 2, any amount of arguments, and it won't complain. This is allowed in C, because it'll just pass these in the registers but not use them. Like nothing gets changed in the actual code that's generated, so it's fine. Eternal Wild Fox says OG. Of course, I'm here to help. So C doesn't actually care how many variables you pass. So you can actually capture any amount of variables into a single object called a variable argument list, a VA list. And you have to use it in this way where you put ... and then you say VA start and say that after this argument format, then there may be any amount of arguments after that, right? So then you can just use VSN printf, which takes in a VA list of arguments, so a variable argument list, and you can pass your variable argument list with a format string to VSN printf with a null buffer, which gives you the amount of characters that it would have written, which means like the expanded format string, right? So with the expanded format string, with the length of that, you can then just return the length of that plus 1 to include the null terminator, the /0 at the very end, right? So then to use it, you just pass in exactly what you pass into sn printf, and you allocate a buffer of size len, the return value of format buff size. Hopefully that helps. I'll copy and paste this into the Discord code review at Eternal Wild Fox, and what? This is C? Is this how I do this? I always forget how to use Discord. I think that's correct. Send the message. Perfect. So this should get you a function that returns the exact size of the buffer. Eternal Wild Fox says thanks. Absolutely. I don't expect you to understand like variable arguments in C and the lists and how to use VA stuff. It's very this is a lot. It's kind of diving deep into the macro side of C, which is scary. But hopefully this function will help you out and you can get the length of a buffer. Because it's easy to do, it's just it requires so much knowledge underneath the hood. So we didn't need session 4. Look at us. We didn't need session 4. Eternal Wild Fox says, why not PHP also dynamic function calls? Oh god. Those are so scary. Like, oh no. No, no, no. Okay, so we could have a body here which executes any amount of Lisp code, but we don't actually need to set any Lisp code, I don't think. So we're just going to have to look into a syntax table. How do we deal with a syntax table? Perfect. So eLisp manual has a whole section on syntax tables. So a syntax table, so I can do that. A syntax table specifies the syntactic role of each character in a buffer. It can be used to determine where words, symbols, and other syntactic constructs, what a fancy word, begin and end. This is a fancy way for saying lexing. This information is used by many Emacs facilities, including font lock mode. That's what we want, and the various complex movement commands for motion. Basic concepts. Okay. A syntax table is a char table. The element at index C describes the character with code C. Its value is a const cell which specifies the syntax of the character in question. Instead of using aset and aref to modify, you should use the higher level functions char syntax and modify syntax entry. Okay, which are described in syntax table functions. Okay, we're going to need that. So we're going to need a syntax table can inherit from another syntax table, which is called its parent syntax table. That's confusing, but okay. So we would like to create a syntax table with a standard syntax table as a parent. That's probably what we need for fundamental mode. Oh Christ. So we're going to go back up and we're going to look at how characters are classified. Oh Christ. Okay, so effectively, there are examples somewhere? Categories. What is a category? Oh Christ. Eternal Wild Fox says, I am multi-threading now. Look at the stream and programming. That's right. You are a multi-threaded machine. Negvorsa says, hi everyone. Hello Negvorsa, how's it going? It's great to see you. Back and in action. Thank you for tuning in. How are you doing, Negvorsa? What brings you into the stream? Okay, so we would like syntax table with an initial value of make syntax table with the standard syntax table. If table is non-nil, otherwise the parent is the standard. Okay, they do that by default. We can just say make standard. I'm going to say this syntax table is a syntax table. And this is syntax table for mode. Sure, that's good enough for me. Negvorsa says, I missed 6 hours of previous stream titled Pointer. Yes, that is what we worked on yesterday. We just worked on the good old pointer. But they now work. They don't work everywhere. We have a lot of stuff to do still, but this function returns 4 instead of 0. So that's I'm pretty happy with it. And yeah, so at is the dereference and also the pointer declaration for a type. So this is a pointer to integer declaration, and this is a dereferenced pointer, which is being set to 4. So this dereference pointer being set to 4 means A gets set to 4, and when we return A, this function foo returns 4. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Hey, I even still have it open from yesterday. You can see, here's the code after it's compiled, exit code 4. Awesome. Eternal Wild Fox says, I'm writing some test code in C. Feel free to plop it in the code review Discord if you want us to check it out. Or feel free to just talk about what it is. What are you testing? What are you doing? Hey, my internet's back. Hooray. So we can make a syntax table. And the syntax entry, modify syntax entry, character, syntax descriptor, optional, table. Okay, character must be a character or a const cell of the form min max. In the latter case, the function sets the syntax entries for all characters in the range. Confusing. So we can set a single, put the space character in class white space. Oh, I'm now starting to get it. I am now starting to get it. So we pass in a character to this modify syntax entry thing, right? Oh Christ, can I go back? Yeah, so we effectively, you can see, where's the code we were looking at? Where are we? Here we go. Modify syntax entry. As you can see, it has examples. And we pass in a character that refers to what the actual type of the following string is. So this makes dollar an open parenthesis character with caret as its matching close. What? Make caret a close parenthesis character. So there has to be some of, what is a syntax descriptor? We have char syntax descriptor. We know what a syntax descriptor is. What are the different classes? What is that? So we need the syntax class table. But where are actually the letters that we use? You know what I mean? So maybe these are the letters, because there's dollar. So paired delimiters get dollar, similar to string quote characters, except that the syntactic properties of the characters between the delimiters are not suppressed. What? Okay, so only text mode uses a paired delimiter presently. The dollar that both enters and leaves math mode. Whereas comment starters, comment enders. Okay, so we have a comment starter. Let's just try this. We have a comment starter, right? So this should be, we need a character, which is something like comment starter. And it's semicolon. I don't even know if this makes sense. We also have to pass in what syntax table we're modifying, do we not? Syntax table functions. What do we do? So modify syntax entry, character, syntax descriptor, and table. So this is the unmode syntax table. Okay. So this should set semicolon as comment starting character. Do I have to set white space as comment ending character, or does it already like assume that? So maybe I should say set new line as comment ending character, right? Because that's currently all we got. We got a new line, which is a comment ender. Is this how I do this at all? I don't know if this is how I do this at all. Do I need the slash? I probably don't need the slash. Alrighty, folks. We're going to try it. So we're going to load file, unmode, invalid syntax description letter, semicolon. Okay. A string whose first character is a syntax class designator. What? And whose second and subsequent characters optionally specify a matching character and syntax flags. Oh Christ. So this is a whole thing. It's not just a string. The syntax character for the syntax descriptor for the character star. Eternal Wild Fox says, oops, 500 character limit in Twitch. Never mind, I'll show the code when I am done. That is all good. Feel free on Discord too. Discord doesn't have it has a 2000 character limit. For the character star in C mode is quote dot space 23, i.e. punctuation, matching character slot unused, second character of a comment starter, first character of a comment ender. What? And the entry for slash is dot 14, i.e. punctuation, matching character slot unused, first character of a comment starter, second character of a comment ender. What? Can we have an example of how to use these properly? So what is char syntax? This function returns the syntax class of character represented by its designator character. What is a designator character? So char syntax of /s, char syntax of blah. Okay, so what? This is so confusing. Why would they do this in this way? I'm sure there's a reason, but oh man. We're gonna start looking at an example. So let's see Emacs syntax table. I'm Googling, so I gotta be careful. All we get is mainly the same thing we're looking at, which is not gonna help us. This is perfect. Deep diving into a major mode. We'll take a look at that. And then we'll say Emacs syntax table example, right? Okay, that's perfect. Oh yes, Doge. So, okay. Hey, look. It doesn't exist. Gotta love that. Here you go. Here's the answer to a link that doesn't exist. The syntax table is used for highlighting and comment and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yes, the first step in major mode is its syntax table. Perfect. Describe syntax to see its... Look at this. This is so helpful. Why do they not say this in the manual? They probably do, just not at the top. Like, where's describe syntax? It's all the way at the bottom here, hidden one before the very end. This command displays the context of the syntax table of buffer. So let's look at the elisp syntax table. Also, I did not mean to exit. So let's look at describe syntax. Okay. Here's the parent syntax table. Underscore, which means symbol. Okay. Space, which means white space. Okay. Eternal Wild Fox says node pointer parser term parser node pointer parent. Working on a recursive parser term to build up plus and or minus nodes with a parent. Nice. You're starting to do operator precedence in the term factor way. Yeah. Okie doke. So when we see, oh, why? Emacs. Emacs is gone. Emacs has given up. Was my computer? No, my computer's fine. Just Emacs. Well, Emacs died. Oh, it's back. Emacs is back. Hey, look, it's all it's trying to load all these characters from the font that don't exist for other languages. Wonderful. So, effectively, this is crazy. I still don't know what we're looking at. So let's go back to wherever we were. Where were we? We were here. So what is the all bracket-like construct, such as blah, blah? The first character should be the syntactic construct. Ah, okay. I'm starting to get it now. So the character gets added to this class. What does the character do then? Like, why do we need this open brace character if we have this closed brace character? I don't get it. In any case, it doesn't matter. So prefix character says prefix is a similar word, underscore and W, symbol and word constituent, respectively. Comma is a symbol, namely the tuple constructor. Pipe is a symbol, namely the OR operator. Hash is a tag macro. We include hash in the symbol. We're not getting to indentation. I'm still here. I'm still stuck on this. I wish someone would describe what this string and what this character did in a way that didn't use words that they made up. Right? We have, oh, it's a syntax descriptor. Perfect. So a syntax descriptor, the first character is a syntax class designator. What are those? Where do I go see syntax class designators? And whose second and subsequent characters optionally specify a matching character and syntax flags. Okay, how do we write a syntax descriptor? You gotta love programming problems. It's like, it's a rabbit hole on a rabbit hole. Okay. If no matching character, so it only needs to be one character long. But there needs to be something in it. Okay, so there's syntax flags. Is a Lisp string that describes the syntax class and other properties of a character. Yes, I understand that. The first character is a syntax descriptor. What? Makes that a pointer rabbit hole. Lol. Eternal Wild Fox, you're right. It's doubly dereferenced. So they say a syntax descriptor is a Lisp string, then they say the first character in a syntax descriptor must be a syntax class designator character. What is a syntax class designator character? They never defined that. They just made up these words. Cool. The second character, if present, specifies a matching character. In Lisp, the matching character for left paren is right paren. A space specifies that there is no matching character. Then come characters specifying additional syntax properties for flags. Okay. So for the character blah, so interestingly enough, those don't go here. We need to set semicolon here as a character in Lisp. And then we need to say that it is, see, it says punctuation, matching character slot unused, second character of a comment character for 2, of a comment starter, first character of a comment ender. And the entry for slash is .14. So for syntax flags, this is what the numbers mean. Means the character is the start of a comment start. Means C is the start of a 2-character comment end. Okay. Okay, Christ. So, what we would like to say for C++ can be as follows. /124 star 23b new line. That. So that is our, okay, comment ender. So I was right. We do have to make new line a comment ender. I just got it a little bit backwards. And then comment starter would be semicolon. Is this correct? We loaded it, so let's try it. We're going to go to point, and we're going to type unmode. Okay, we're here. I'm not entirely certain it's working, but we can test. Look at us. We are beginning our syntax highlighting. Negvorsa says Vim? This is Emacs, sir. This is info. This is not man. So we now have syntax highlighting of comments in Emacs. Hooray. Look at us. Look at us. Okay, this is beginning to look a lot like Christmas. So we need to figure out how to write these syntax descriptors. What are all the different designators? Designator. Okay, designator. Okay, so that is not... Okay, so here we go. For a list of syntax classes and their designator characters, see the class table. Okay, so these are the designator characters that go in the first character of the string to modify a character in the syntax table. Ooh. Okay, I think there's also a way to do like keywords and stuff, but we'll get there. Punctuation. Used as punctuation in a human language or used in a programming language to separate symbols from one another. So this is a delimiter. What would be a delimiter? I'm pretty sure we have some delimiters. So delimiters include comma, right? Comma. I think that may be one of the only ones we have. So the comma character gets the dot because it's just a comma. It's a punctuation and it separates things. So word. These are typically used in variable and command names in programs. All upper and lowercase letters and the digits are typically word constituents. Okay. Extra characters used in variable and command names along with word constituents. Examples include the characters in Lisp mode, which may be part of a symbol name even though they are not part of English words. In standard C, the only non-word constituent character that is valid in symbols is underscore. Does anybody actually know what our parser or lexer does? What names do we accept? I don't think we've thought about that. So what if we try and name this Fufu? Will this work? Let's go find out. We just have to use CMake and do the proper thing. What did we get? We do allow Fufu. So we totally allow dashes. Does that is something they include? Yes, we totally allow dashes and underscores. We probably allow a lot of things, pretty much everything, right? Because I don't think it matters to us if like the name looks like this. I think it just matters that it's a name. We may run into delimiter issues eventually, but here we go. So now, what's our issue? We get name foo dollar because brackets are delimiters. Okay, we're getting it now. Negvorsis says, I mean, I prefer Vim. Is space a delimiter? Space is definitely a delimiter. That's a good idea to add that. But yeah, space is definitely one of our delimiters. That's not what I meant to run. I meant to do this. Invalid syntax, unknown symbol. What do we get? Oh, I didn't, this. So dollars are fine. So we have dollar, I think we have hash. Brackets are no good. So we have hash, dollar. I don't think we can do ampersand, but we may be able to. And it says, okay, so no ampersand. That worked though. So foo dash hash dollar foo works. So does underscore dash hash. This is fun to figure out what works, isn't it? Then I think we probably have backslashes allowed. They probably won't be eventually. This is what we'll go for now. These four is what we're gonna go with. And with those four, we are going to go here and deal with them. Allowed within symbols. So we would like to modify syntax entry of, let's see, underscore. And we'd like to put it in the Emotes syntax table, but we'd like to put it in the let's see, symbol constituents underscore. Yes. Okay, and we're going to do a few of those. One for each of the above symbols here. So now we just need to add hash and dollar. Also, I don't know why I put that. That's correct. Okay, so now load this file. Go to point and see what happens. Hopefully nothing happens, but we should still be able to skip past something like foo. Okay, it's working out. We're getting better. It's not perfect yet, but we're getting better. In any case, let's continue and think about this. Open parenthesis characters, close parenthesis characters. In human languages and in C code, the parenthesis pairs are parenthesis brackets and brackets. In Emacs Lisp, the delimiters for lists and vectors are blah and are classified as parenthesis characters. So I'm pretty sure this means in the standard one, shouldn't it be the same? I don't know. In any case, we can do the same thing. We'll just make open parenthesis character, which matches close parenthesis, and then we'll do the opposite. We'll say parenthesis. Parenthesis. What's the issue? You're not working correctly. There we go. We need to escape the open and the close, and this is going to be opposite. So here are parentheses, and we're going to need all of them. So we're going to need brackets, right? Yeah, so this is the actual open bracket, and it's going to match a closed bracket. And this is a closed bracket which matches an open bracket, sure. And yep, we're going to need to do the same thing here. Okay, and then close brace is matched to an open brace. Okay, I think that makes sense. Load file. Very interesting. Alrighty. So hopefully these are now parenthesis things. Let's take a look at what we got. String quotes. Characters are used to delimit string constants. We don't have those yet, so to do. Escape syntax characters. We don't have those yet. Character quotes. Don't have those yet. Paired delimiters. Similar to string quote characters, except that the syntactic properties of the characters between the delimiters are not suppressed. I'm not sure what that means. That basically means that you have like a nested syntax. Like you have this matched, but inside it you can still have things matched like that. Only text mode uses that, so maybe we don't have to worry about it. Expression prefixes. Characters used for syntactic operators that are considered as part of an expression if they appear next to one. Apostrophe, comma, and hash in Lisp. So effectively, this seems like unary prefix operators, right? Is what they're describing. So let's modify the syntax entry. And we would like to say what? This expression prefix is a comma. Oh, that goes there. So this expression prefix is address of. And then we're going to do dereference as well. Is that how we did that? So these are going to be before, and I don't think they're going to match anything. Alrighty, hopefully that is fine. We have comment starters and comment enders. We started with that. So we do have comment highlighting. Inherit standard syntax at. So this basically just says delegate to the parent. Generic comment delimiters. This syntax class is also known as a comment fence. Characters that start or end a special kind of comment. any generic comment delimiter matches any generic comment delimiter, but they cannot match a comment starter or comment ender. Confusing. Generic comment delimiters can only match each other. What is this used for? Meant for use with the syntax table text property. Okay, you can mark any range of characters as forming a comment by giving the first and last characters of the range syntax table properties, identifying them as generic comment delimiters. Interesting. I still don't know exactly why that would be used. Generic string delimiters. Okay, that's it. So did we do it? We may want to say like white space is, I don't think white space would be punctuation, would it? It would just be something that's not allowed in a symbol or a word. And because we use the standard syntax table, I mean, that's what's going to happen. I think that's not too crazy. Did we do it? Syntax flags. What flags do they have? It's mainly for comment delimiters, right? Nothing here is, this is all for comment delimiters. Okay, so I think we may actually be done. Let's try it. So we're going to load this file, and then we're going to go to point, and we're going to reload unmode. We're going to see what we got. So we can now skip around by using Alt-F, forward word, and hopefully it works. So let's try forward symbolic expression, Control-Alt-F. That's pretty good. It goes around the braces now. That's very nice. And we can also jump from our equal to our left-hand side, right-hand side. This is pretty good. We're getting some good motion now. Still no syntax highlighting, so let's think about how to do that. I think that would be font lock mode, font lock faces, I don't know. Customizing keywords, perfect. So do I have to do this in here? Where do I do this? Let's look at a little bit of someone else doing it and see how they did it, right? Okay. Adderson28 says, "Hi Lens, hi chat, how are you doing today?" We're doing great. We're working on syntax highlighting and fontification and navigation of our custom language. So we already have syntax highlighting of comments in Emacs, wonderfully enough. So now we are just working on keywords like defun, and hopefully we can start to highlight some symbols and operators as well if we would like. So let's check out how this works. So it looks like two symbols are the entry points to be aware of. Font lock keywords and font lock syntactic face function. That sounds a little scary. So let's figure out what this means. There exist many posts on modifying font lock keywords. The approach taken in high mode is to separate out the language by category. Constants, definitions, operators, and then use Rx to construct regex. I like Rx, so let's think about this. What do? We use Rx to generate, let's see, either that or nothing? I'm confused. Oh no, this is probably part of that. That's confusing. We have or on one thing. So maybe or means something in Rx macro. That's probably what it is. So effectively, this matches here, this matches here. So the constants is a list. Okay. Oh, Christ. Adderson says that seems like a little scary, lol. Well, nobody said it would be easy. Yeah, this looks terrifying. We're not gonna this looks easy. I get this part, but what is this? Right? So we have high keywords, constants, and then we have font lock keywords, which is the font lock constant face and in a list with a regular expression. Okay, so how does Rx work? That's all we got to look at. I'm sure it's a whole thing. Yep, wonderful. It's a whole thing. So Rx translates regular expressions in symbolic expression form to a string. So here's that or, match one of the regular expressions, alias for pipe. So when you see or, that gets turned into a pipe in the output regular expression. Oh, Christ. Sequence says match the RXs in sequence alias colon. No, alias means you can write that as well. So you can write all these and mean the same thing. Oh, Christ. 0 or more, blah. 1 or more, blah. 0 or 1, blah. Okay, this isn't bad. So we have like greedy. So this is like Lisp-based regular expression. This isn't, okay. I keep saying this isn't bad. It's bad, but it's just new. I just haven't done it, right? That's all the problem is. So we have to, first of all, let's define our keywords. So let's go and like do, what did we do? Keywords. Why not? We'll just write out keywords. So unkeywords, and we would like, what would we like? We'll just say that this is operators, right? And this is a list of strings. Yes, this is a quoted list of strings. So the quote means that this will just be used directly and not evaluated. So yeah, do a bunch of stuff. So for operators, we're a simple language, right? We don't have much. We have less than, greater than, equals, right? We could technically say that that is a reassignment operator. And we could also, I think that's it. I think that's all the operators we got. We also have address of, which is ampersand, and dereference, which is at. So these are our operators. Okie dokie. So now we would like to say we have this font lock operators, right? We're just going to do this. Font lock keywords, operators. It's getting long. And this is going to be a list, right? And I think this list is going to contain, also, is this how we do it? We quote this as well. Yeah, we don't quote this. That's what I figured. And this is def const still. It's interesting that you can define a constant to a non-constant thing. It's very interesting to me. So then we're going to have the regexp, and then we're going to have font to use. So in Emacs, a font face is like, if I describe face here, you can see that we're using font lock keyword face. And font lock keyword face is defined by me and my theme to be this color. So now any keywords in any language will be this color. So hopefully that makes a little sense. Font face to use. So yeah, see, this is how we do that. So then we can quote a 0 and font lock. Negvorsa says, what about colon alone? Yeah, you're right. You are correct. Thank you, Negvorsa. You're always the best at that. Always miss things like that. Because the colon is for a type annotation, is what that means. We could have it like be the same color as a type, or we could have the type be separate from the colon. In any case, it doesn't matter. Font face to use is going to be font lock keywords face, right? Something like that. Perfect. And the regex is going to be rx2string as we SHA, and then some sort of regex. So we would like to match let's see what are they matching. So they're matching a sequence, and then they unravel. So rx2string, awesome. Rx2string is a macro, so we can use unquote splicing. So this operator, comma, would mean that the next thing gets evaluated in the macro. But unquote splicing means that the next thing gets evaluated, and then the list that it returns gets unraveled and placed into the parent list, which is complicated, but it's not too bad. So we have a sequence, right? Mr. Mugume says, "What's on the left? Lisp, my eyes. I love Lisp. This is where I got my roots. I wrote an entire text editor that has a built-in Lisp runtime to configure it, like Emacs. I like it. I like Lisp." So then we want to match any of the operators. So we use or and say, okay, any of these operators, please. So we can just unravel this little list of operators into this list, which means that we will match any of these. I don't know why we need sequence. Why do we need a sequence of? Maybe just so we can eventually match multiple things? With groups taking different faces. So for defs, multiple groups taking different faces. Interesting. Okay. Not all highlighting constructs are determined by symbol name. We can highlight the shebang line, for instance, as, so a buffer start with a shebang at the beginning can be highlighted like this. Cool. We then collect all our nice and modular font locks as high font lock keywords. Okay, so now we want to gather all font locks together into Big Daddy font lock. So we just made basically gather all keyword font locks together into Big Daddy keyword font lock. So this is going to be font lock keywords. It's going to be a list with simply all the keywords. Mr. Mugume says, list this into a list to list the list and return a list. Do this list time to list my list. Lisp in a nutshell. Well, yeah, it's literally called list processor. Lisp. That's literally what it's for. So it's good at what it does. Rohan says, write me a list why you got a problem with lists. Hey, Rohan, you know what's up. Oh, Rohan, I missed your chat earlier. I'm so sorry. Rohan says, good evening. Are we still doing child labor over here? Yes. Children are still being employed. We're working on the font syntax highlighting for our language. We're getting there. So we'd like to gather all our different font locks into a Big Daddy font lock. And then we would like to use this, I'm sure. What is syntactic face function and why is it used? Used for distinguishing string, docstrings, and comments. How would those ever be non-distinguished? It does not need to be set unless you want to distinguish docstrings. Okay, so we're good. We don't need that. I don't want context-sensitive syntax yet. I just want to figure out how to actually use the font lock keywords thing we made. How do I use this? That we set earlier. What? Okay, so font lock defaults has high font lock keywords at the beginning. Syntax A list? What is this? What is this? Okay, so let's look at font lock defaults. So font lock add keywords says mode keywords optional. How this function adds highlighting keywords for the current buffer or the for major mode. Oh wait, add optional how. That's a, okay. This function adds highlighting keywords for the current buffer or for major mode. Mr. Mugume says, and Lua is the same with tables. Oh god. Pascal, records, it's kind of all the same. It's all the same. Languages tend to take one structure and use it everywhere. because then the AST can make sense. Rohan says, and now you want to tell me PowerShell is the same with objects, Kappa. That's a list. I know, a list is the worst name for a data structure. I don't know why a list is not a list. You know what I mean? A list is an association list or an associative list, but ugh, it's a bad name. Mr. Mugame says, what are you writing right now? I am writing font lock, basically a major mode for Emacs that will allow us to have our custom unnamed language be like highlighted and have custom syntax highlighting and indentation. And because currently if we try and indent things, it acts like you press tab. It doesn't really know what to do. You know what I mean? So it should say, oh, you're within a block and you need to be two indented and stuff like that. And we would like types, for example, like integer, to be highlighted in some color, which is what happens in C. You can see that integers, nodes, parsing context, these are all highlighted in blue. Hopefully that makes sense. So I'm working on that. So we add keywords to the beginning of font lock keywords. So do we just need to set font lock keywords? Yes. So if some modes provide specialized support, you can use an additional highlighting patterns. Major mode commands must not call font lock add keywords. So we don't call this. What do we do? So you do regexp with a font to use. This is making sense now because in un mode, we make our keywords. So how do we actually use these keywords? Please tell me, please tell me. Mode hook functions, yeah, I don't know if that's the way to go. By default, keywords are added at the beginning of font lock keywords. So let us just load this file. Did it say sequence isn't known? Sequence isn't known. We can use a colon. I thought, or seek. Seek seems a little better than just a colon. What am I doing? Load file. Symbols function definition is void seek. Okay. Yeah, see, it's not working. So rx to string, why are you unhappy? Do we need to quote you? What is going on? Unknown rx form, unquote splicing. Right. So interestingly enough, why is this not working? What's the way? Rx to string, backtick. Ah, it's always the backtick, which allows for a quasi-quote. Haha. Unknown rx form, comma. You gotta be shitting me. So we have a backtick, a sequence, and then we have or with an unquote spliced list. This doesn't seem that insane, right? We have a quasi-quote, which means that this should be able to do an unquote splicing. This isn't making sense. That's usually how Lisp goes, though. Unknown rx form, comma. What do you want here? What do you want from me? This is literally how this is. I don't copy and paste, but we're copy and pasting. Look, it's literally the same. Key, words, operators. Right? We literally just copied it. Unknown rx form, comma. So this may not work. Let's look at another article. Emacs, font lock, keywords. Major mode. How do we do a major mode? Please tell me. They literally just link to the same place where it says, yeah, don't call this. That's so confusing. We're gonna check out this. So, font lock. Oh, Christ. I just knocked something over on my desk. That was probably so loud. I'm sorry. Oof. If I didn't break something. Oof. Okay. I like the flare. When you say the second version doesn't work, you're testing in buffers, measure mode, text mode. So it doesn't work for derived modes, interestingly enough. It says read more documentation. I hate when people just say, read the documentation. Like, okay, why? What will it help me understand? They just say, it describes everything in full. Add highlighting keywords for mode. Not for derived. And then you can say pass nil for mode and add the call to cmode hook. So do we add it to our hook like this? We're gonna do what it says not to do. Can't be that bad, right? I assume that we have to create the mode before using it. Oh Christ. Company, why would you do such a thing? So presumably we have to create the mode before using it. So we add keywords to mode, and we would like to add our font lock keywords. No? And that should be it. Unknown RX form comma still. That's right, we never solved that issue. Does that work? Because something here, that may be it. That may be it. Symbols function definition is void, colon. Well, that's because it's fucking passed to rx2string, which is a macro, right? So we should quote it. No? Which it should be. It should be quasi-quoted because it's a macro. If anybody knows why that doesn't work, I'd be very curious to know. We get form and then optional, no group. So form is a single thing. Yes. So interestingly enough, it seems like even though we quote this, it's still trying to evaluate it. So if we quoted it, still says unknown RX form, comma, which is confusing because the only comma is the unquote splicing operator in front of this, which should be handled by a damn macro. In any case, it doesn't matter. So why can't we do this? I mean, it's kind of important that we need to do this. Otherwise, we can't use this list of operators. I hate this. And I don't get why there's not a fucking documentation on how to write a major mode. Emacs, font lock keywords. Just please explain to me how to use it without the same fucking link to the same fucking place. Well, this is longer. Font lock keywords is a variable which directly controls search-based fontification, which is typically specified via the keywords element in font lock defaults. So what's font lock defaults? Zali, please help. Please help, Zali, please. So please just tell me. Okay, we have highlights. First element for font lock defaults. How is this helpful at all? Why would you not just put this value fucking here? Okay, confusing, whatever. Define my mode, yes. Thank you, Zali, for telling us that we are not idiots. Mr. Mugume says, looks like a fun and intuitive language. The language isn't the problem. It's the API for defining modes in Emacs. You can hate on Lisp as much as you want. You won't hurt my love for Lisp. I'm a Lisp boy 100%. Lisp will always be amazing to me. You don't need commas. You don't need anything. All you need is the AST, and you write it directly. And it's understandable by humans. Like, it's so awesome. The language is very fun and intuitive, because it's easy for me to solve problems. Like, if I had a programming problem like get the greatest common denominator, it'd be easy. It uses tail call recursion, so I can just make a recursive function and it never Stack Overflows. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful language, I promise. The frustrating thing is this API for defining major modes, which is documented everywhere, all over the place, and not anywhere. You just get pointed to the same place that has no information. Like, oh yeah, this is so useful to us. Like, this page might as well be burned. It doesn't matter to us, but this is all that we get shown by Google. So the problem is documentation of an API that was probably created 30 years ago, right? It's not the Lisp language itself. The Lisp language is beautiful. We can create lists, we can operate on them, we can do all sorts of things. The fault comes from god damn GNU Emacs developers. Mr. Mugume says, okay, he is actually in love with Lisp. He goes into instant defense mode. It's true. I told you right at the start. I said, I will always be a Lisp boy. You can't make fun of what I love. I'm not going to accept that. I don't think anyone should. So we would like to set defaults. Is that what he did? What does Ali do? He set defaults to my highlights, which is regular expressions and stuff like that. Okay, so we're going to set defaults to our thing, which is font lock keywords. Is that right? I think that's right. And yes, we still have to fix this unknown RX form. So pass unquoted list to RX, Emacs Lisp. Yes, I know. Back quote. I know it should work, but it doesn't. So we have, what are we using? So let's look at RX to string. Translate form from RX syntax into a string reg expression. The argument to literal and regular expression forms inside form must be constant strings. Interesting. If no group is non-nil, don't bracket the result in a non-capturing group. For extending the RX notation in form, use RxDefine or RxLetEval. Don't think we need to expand it. We just need to figure out how it works. Each argument is one of the forms below. Rx is a subform, and Rx stands for 0 or more Rx's. Okay, for details, see info node. Okay. So we have Rx. So what's the difference between Rx and Rx to string? Right? Translate regular expression to a string regular expression, which is returned. Translate the Rx forms to a string regular expression as if they were the body of a sequential form. That's kind of exactly what we need, right? Just get rid of this sequential form, and then just use Rx. I don't see why we can't just do that. This seems like the way to go. Now, please. Unknown form backtick. Okay. Unknown form unquote splicing. So how am I supposed to, do I have to backtick the unquote splice directly? No. So he's probably using Rx2string, an old version, which allowed for different semantics where the form could have unquote splicing in it, but it's probably different now. Yeah, see, it just uses RxTranslate on form directly. So RxTranslate, where is this? Return regex and precedence, perfect. And it's basically, what did we call it? Item. So string p item. See, it's a function, so then it'll get evaluated rather than passed as a macro. So I'm sure this used to be a macro, and it is now a function, which breaks things. I did not mean to do that. Let's do that. It breaks things in our case, because we're trying to use this macro unquote splicing operator, and you can only use quasi-quotes in macros. So let's figure out how to do this then. So we would like to create a regular expression from a list without doing this magical thing, apparently. I really wish I could, but apparently we can't. So we can set custom regular expressions. So there's not really a difference of me just writing these here. Is there not? So let's move this thing to here, and then let's go ahead and select all these and delete them. Is this how this works? Is this how this works? Can I get any of these operators just by doing this? Is this a valid form? It is a valid form. Okay, please. Please. This should use the font lock keyword face, so these should be purple, because this is the font lock keyword face for defconst. ID. So then font lock keywords is what we use, and that's a list of operators. So we load this file. Oh, we probably need to reload point mode, unmode. Oh, hey, look, we got an error. Invalid function rx2string sequence or plus, and then we get a bunch of things with a slash, which is interesting. And then ... So invalid function rx2string blah blah blah. Why? Right? Why? Does this need to be a list? How does rx2string work? I thought rx could work like this. So if it is a or, match one of the regular expressions, and there's any amount of regular expressions, because that's what that means. 0 or more regular expressions. So if just a string is matching a literal string, we would like to match these literal strings. So what's your issue? Right? We could do rx2string and surround with like a colon. And then this should technically, whoops, not what I meant to do. Emacs Lisp mode, please. Thank you. And I would like to I'd like to load this file. Symbols function definition is void colon. See, this is annoying. So we have an alias for colon, which rx2string should be able to deal with. So do we need to quote this whole thing, right? Quote the whole thing. That worked. But now when we load, is it going to have the same error? It does have the same error, and it's made in the same way. So effectively, do we do this? Do we need a string? You know what I mean? Like, do we need a list within the thing? Again, same thing. Hilarious. Load the file, please. Bad rx operator plus. So that doesn't work. It's definitely like that. And I don't think this is Lisp, so we definitely shouldn't need commas. Let's think about this. Why no work, right? First of all, how no work, and second of all, why no work? Landar XD says, you know what else is annoying? Me being here. You're never annoying, Landar. How's it going? So good to see you. I very much appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna look at that. So why? Right? Why? Why can't we use Rx in a way that makes any amount of sense? Also, I have so many tabs open. This is awful. So we're going to use Emacs RX tutorial. The Emacs RX macro. Okay. Yes. So effectively, 0 more anything. Rohan says, why don't I see any code 5? Why? How do I get the notifs role? Ooh, you like this. I'm pretty sure I just give it to you. Roles, notifs. Welcome. You're now part of the group. RPWH, you're now part of the group. Welcome, everybody. If you want out, let me know. Eventually, we'll have to have a bot that does things, but it's fine. So, translate RX form. So we have a macro RX, which seems like it should work. See, RX to string, they do a quoted thing, but with RX, it's not quoted because RX is a macro. So RX is a macro. It being a macro means we should be able to do something like this, but I don't think it likes us. Lander XT says, my exclusive brain is the only notif role is over. It's true. Rohan says, Carlbot with reaction roles, but since you're a programmer yourself, you'll probably write your own, lol. True. RPWH says, sour please. Why do you have a moderator role, by the way, considering you're the only mod? Plans? Future expansion? Also, I planned on making my other account a moderator role. Then I was like, well, it can just be an admin as well. It doesn't matter. But you might as well create the permissions while you're sitting there in Discord creating permissions, right? That way I don't have to do it in the future. So it still says unknown RX form. That. I just do that? No. It's mean. So with RX, we should hopefully be able to use something like or and get a string out of it. So let's try and see what string we get from this, right? So Control X E. So here's the string we get from it, where we match a bunch of things, right? Lander XT says, my mod application. I sit around doing nothing all day. Rohan and RPWH say, approved, yes. That's hilarious. Lander, you got 2 out of 73 votes. RPWH says, sounds like your average Discord mod. True. Minimal match. So we have all of these. Everything should work. This returns a valid regexp. Like if we took that string, right? Let's take the string. And then I think we can search RX. Right? Rebuilder, is that what it is? And you can see here are all the regular expression. Here's what it spits out. So you can see that it highlights all of our operators. Beautiful. That's exactly what we want. Right? So we get the correct regular expression. The correct regular expression is happening. Why is Rebuilder doing its thing? There. So if our regular expression is correct, then why isn't our font locking? Because we should say, hey, this is the font lock keyword face. Do I have to say 1? Like, what does this number mean? I don't actually know. Or do I need a dot so to make it a pair, an improper list? We're going to load the file, and we're going to load unmode. We still don't get purple operators. We should get purple operators. Unless I have to do something like we still get, so maybe in messages, we can check that out. What does it say? Oh, Christ. Let's go to unmode and paste it there. So we get invalid function, rx2string, sequence of or, error during redisplay, JIT-lock function 1 signaled invalid function rx2string 2 times. So somehow this function is incorrect, our rx macro. And it looks like we're getting a lot of weirdness happening with lists. Like, why are we getting a backslash character next to this? Shouldn't we just have a regular string? No? LanderXT says we should make the Discord vote on who to make mod. Rohan says the backslash is a nice touch. Yeah, it's a nice little cherry on top. Like, hey, don't you hate yourself? Here's why you should. So all we have is a list, but everything after the first one has a backslash. This could either be an internal thing to rx2string, but I don't think it is. I think it's... Oh, Christ. Q. What has happened? Okay, Emacs is broken. It's gone. Yep, Emacs is gone. Hello? Gone. Okay. We'll work on it, I guess. Can I open a new frame? Nope, can't even open a new frame. Okay. We're gonna have to task manager close Emacs. Gotta love it. Is it ClangD? I'll try ClangD. It's not ClangD. Hey, look, we did it. What is this? Why are we doing translations? What is happening? Emacs is freaking out. I'm just closing it. Jesus. It's probably the quote or expecting a separation. My guess, but I'm sure you tried already. It's probably the quote. Let's go check out what you mean. Welcome. We just started. Totally. Oh, this stream is so awful. I'm sorry, everybody. In any case, we're going to Streama 2022, Fun Compiler, Editor, and Unmode. Alrighty, so we did the syntax table, but font locking is really kicking our ass. It's probably the empty quote. I don't have an empty quote, is the thing. Rohan says it's probably the pla. I don't think we have a blah. Negvorsa says, I don't know, but you can test by removing plus. What do you mean? That's all that's going to do is move the list down. We can try it. I'll show you. Cool, we did it. So now we can go to our point and run unmode. Oh my god, it worked. Why is plus not work? What? Negvorsa, why do you always know things? What is this black magic that you have just told me? How does this work? So why does it not work with plus? It just says invalid function 0 still. So this breaks. I still don't get it. We're going to go to text mode. We're going to unmode. It works. Okay. We just restarted Emacs and it works. So guess what, folks? I'm sure Emacs was just in a broken state somehow, because it has been open for a few days. RIP. Well, in any case, we're done. Plus is a function to concatenate, so it tries to concatenate and it breaks. You would think, but now it works with it here. We load this file. Here, is there a way we can like load a file completely from scratch? I don't think we can. LanderXT says move to Microsoft Word. Yeah, the one solution. Move to MS Word. Alrighty. So for some reason, it just didn't work before. I honestly don't know why. Rohan says, no, I use a chalkboard. Ooh, that's that flex. There's nothing we can do about that. Okay, so effectively, this works. Wonderful. We don't want them... Is there an operator face? I don't think there's an operator face. So what do we have? We have font lock something face. We have font lock doc, type, string, built-in, comment, keyword, warning, constant, reference, doc markup, preprocessor, function name, negation char, variable name, comment delimiter, syntactic face function. So it seems like there's none for operators, so we're just going to have default. We will use the default font. Okay? And then we're just gonna say keywords operators. Whoops. And then yeah. Keywords. Perfect. Much simpler. LandarXT says, I print out each line of code, edit it with a Sharpie, and mail my edits to the CEO of GitHub to commit it. That's actually pretty pog. That's pretty baller. Oh, that's funny. So keywords, let's do built-in types. Right? We'll do built-in types. Why not? So this is going to be integer. And I think for now that's pretty much all we got. But we would like to match any amount of @ right? Before a type. So how do we match any amount of @? 0 or more @. Does this work? So I can do like this. That'll make sense. So 0 or more blah. So how do I use Rx, please? Tell. Match Rx's 0 more times. So 0 more times, give me @ or... So then after these, I think I did this wrong. I think I should do 0 more like this, and then like that. Because I would like 0 more @s, and then or of these. And these are in sequence. I think that's correct. Let's try it. And then go to point, go text mode, and go mode. Also, maybe it's not updating. So maybe we have some problems with these constants not being updated when we load the file. Or mode doesn't get unloaded. I don't know what's happening, because we should have that just set to the default font face. We're gonna have to like restart Emacs each time. Negvorsa says defun. What about defun? Built-in types? Defun is not a built-in type, I don't think. So we're also gonna have function. And then we're gonna say, yes, this is a list, including keywords built-in types. And this is going to say font lock typeface. So if we load this file, reload mode, hey look, it breaks. Ain't that great. We still get invalid function 0. So maybe we do need the dot. Let's take a look. Nope, still invalid function 0. So with built-in types, we have integer and function. So this is what can show up here. And we have any amount of pointers in front of it. I think this would make sense. So we get at, any amount of ats, followed by function or integer group. Makes sense to me. So can we look at font lock defaults? And its value is bleh, yes. So the idea, keywords only, case fold, syntax a list. Interesting. So effectively, font lock syntactic keywords. Apparently appropriate variables include so it seems like also this documentation is horrible on font lock defaults. So it seems like we should have this table be passed, but I don't actually know where it should be passed. This is each default, so each default is of the form keywords, right? Keywords, and that's it. Like, this doesn't help me. This is so annoying. Each element in a user-level keywords list should have one of these forms. What is a user-level keywords list? A user-level keywords list is what a major mode or the user would set up. Normally, the list would come from font lock defaults. Yes. Okay. Effectively, so we have regular expressions. Makes sense. Nolan says, I'm home from vacation and you've gained a ton of followers. It's true, we've had a lot of growth happen. It's amazing. Also, we now broke comment syntax highlighting. Revert buffer. Perfect. And then unmode. So why did we break syntax highlighting? So with this being a list, maybe this needs to be a list with more things. So what is font lock defaults? Like, what do we set? What do we set it to? The one for Emacs, Lisp, has a list of keywords. And then it has nil, 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 nil. Then it's font lock mark block function, mark defun, font lock extra manage props, font lock. So let's just do nil, 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 nil. Let's just copy them. Right? It's a thing. We're setting quoted keywords, which is the first list of keywords. Oh boy. And then we are saying nil, 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 nil. Alrighty. Symbols function definition is void keywords. Well, it's not a function, so that would make sense. We need to quote it. So let's load this file again. Load file, just to get the whole thing in case. And if we do unmode now, wonderful. Now we don't have it. Okay, why do we not have it? We have comments back, so our syntax table is working because of the dot, which is missing. Is there a dot in help? There's no dot here. It's just nil, 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 nil. Pretty sure. We could look up Lisp-L font lock keywords. You can see that it is a regular expression with a number and no dot. See? So when they set the face, you can see they actually don't set a dot. They just say 1 and then the name. Pretty incredible. Alrighty. So we're not missing a dot. We have our syntax entries. It's almost like one of these should be our syntax entries. There's just no way to know which. Load the file. Go back to point. Unmode. Text mode, unmode, just in case. So now let's go to why this isn't working. Rohan says Sag dot. I don't know what Sag means, but I like it. Sag. S-A-D-G-E. Am I out of the loop? Am I like being a total boomer right now? What is Sag? So we have a list of keywords. Why can't we just use the list of keywords? So our built-in type should now have the typeface, which is blue, but they don't. So does our regular expression that we return make any sense? We can use rebuilder to search. Well, we can also just use Control-Alt-S. Well, we have to use rebuilder so we can do a string. So you can see that we're matching the proper types and everything. Built-in types, at least. So our regular expression that we're producing is correct here. It's just that this isn't being used. Rohan says, I'm a boomer and I know Sag is a third-party emote which you can add to your channel via BetterTTV or Franker Faces E. See, I have those enabled, but they don't show up still. I have major problems with emotes. I don't know why. It's just me. I'm sure I'm just an idiot. I just can't set things up properly. It's usually what it is. Gnarly Quack says, you gotta know your meme, Lenzer. Sag. Oh, it's a Pepe. I know Pepe. It's just Sad Pepe. I see. Sad Pepe. You need to add them manually? How do you add... Oh my god, what does that even mean? How do you add them manually? There's ways to manually add emotes to Twitch? That's so confusing. I will have to do that, but that's so confusing. Thank you for letting me know, though. Okay, so effectively, we can find the proper thing. It's just not being the thing. The thing isn't happening to the thing. Can I, like, delete mode, right? I would like to, probably just gonna have to restart Emacs. Here we go. Welcome back. Fun compiler. Editor. Unmode. We're gonna load this file from scratch. We're gonna load unmode. We get no highlighting. Okay. That's just when you have to make sure. So if I get rid of all the ifs and stuff like that, and just have this passed as a list like this, does this work? Is this okay? End of file during parsing. Did I screw that up? Yeah, I did. Still nada. We can try. At least you only need to restart Emacs. Text editor configuration updated. I cannot read. Text editor configuration updated. Restart your computer to apply. Kappa. Lamau. Rohan says you add them on a third-party site and we can use them and it will display them. They can also be GIFs, aka animated, like that, which I see. So I have Sour Please. Sour Please is an animated emote, which is a global emote and doesn't need to be added. You need the extension to see it, though, and able to display GIF emotes. See, I have better TTV. It just... And I have Sour Please. Sour Please shows up. But, I guess not, Sag. So I have to go add them on a third-party site, and then I have... That's so confusing. How does that even work? Like, how does the third-party site... Does it just monitor. Okay, so we're back to here, but that doesn't make any sense because that's not the face that we told it to use. We told it to use the default face for operators, and we told it to use the font lock face for built-in types. Why don't you work? Rohan says, it just works. I mean, it has to work somehow. Saying it just works is just saying, I'm not sure how it works yet. Eternal Wild Fox asks, how do I use it again? Format buffer size. It returns length of string, right? Length of expanded format string. Same arguments as printf family of functions. So yeah, that's good enough for me. Gnarly Quack says, I don't have sour please. What? Gnarly Quack says, but I'm not here for the emotes either, despite spamming them all the time, lol. Lamau. The true Chad doesn't enable any Twitch emotes, and he just knows them by the text. Right? You see sad, you're like, oh, that's sad Pepe. I know that. Oh. So why can we not highlight multiple things? Does anybody know? And why is this all just broken now? We're loading like an old un mode that doesn't exist anymore. I don't get it. Chat, I don't get it. Do you get it, chat? Rohan says he will write an AI soon to generate emotes and add them for him. Lamau. That's basically just an NFT, right? Oh, this is so annoying. I just wish there was goddamn documentation that wasn't written by an 80-year-old. Introduced at Emacs 19. Fucking bullshit. How is this helpful? So this would be the nil, nil, nil. I don't even know. If syntax alias, it should be of the form char string string. So we don't have that. I wonder if it's possible to write a chat bot that could replace all emojis with something random like smiling poo. That's probably definitely doable. Rohan says, I get it. Why'd people happy? I don't have that one. Gnarly Quack says, I guess not because the message would already have to be in chat. Dang. I think it's doable. If people are able to turn text into emotes, then you're able to turn emotes into text and emotes into emotes. And if the API is there, the API is there, right? It's doable. I still don't get. So if I look up keywords operators, you can see that it says 0 default. Right? So here's our regex. Makes sense. Those are our operators. And then it says 0 default. So let's look at like keywords of somebody else, right? So we have the value of Lisp-L font lock keywords is a list of lists. Why? So what if I just did this instead? Because we have regex, number, and then a face to use. Please use the face. Well, I guess we're probably in this first list syntax, so here. So we have one. So like if we look at ours, you can see that its value is a single list with a 0 default in a list next to a regular expression. So this actual list here looks a lot like this list here. Because we have a regular expression, and then one of these. And then the list ends, and then the list ends. So maybe this needs to be in a list. I don't know why it would need to be, but maybe it does. What did we get? Symbols variable value as variable is void default. Okay. Use the default face though. Because I'm pretty sure default is a face, no? Is default not a face? How do we get the default face? It seems like it should just be called default. And since we quote this, it shouldn't matter. But it's saying, okay, there's no default face. What if we just have nothing then? Is default having nothing? Gnarly Quack says, next project at Lenser, hacking Twitch servers from scratch, lol. Rohan says, just hack the Twitch servers to swap the text. That could work. Pesky little animals. Rohan says, a list and a list and a list. Listing lists that list lists, which do not highlight lists that list lists. Why do people hate that lists are a thing in Lisp? Like they love to make fun of it. How easy is it to go make a dynamic list in any other language? Go tell me. Go try and tell me how it goes. Like, aren't lists awesome? You can make any tree structure in any way you want with just a list because it's recursive. I don't get why people make fun of it. It's just a list, man. Making fun of it doesn't mean hating it. It's true. It just doesn't make sense how it's not intuitive for people. Like, I don't get when I heard about lists for the first time in Lisp, I was like, that's amazing. In every other language, you have to like worry about, oh, I need to make an array. It has to have a type. It needs to be a certain size. Oh, then you can still write something that's way too long and it's a whole issue. You can just have dynamic lists of any size, any type, and it's all type checked still. It all works. Gnarly Quack says, you make fun of the things and people you love, right? Eh. I don't. I don't make fun of people that I love or things that I love. I make fun from them and with them, right? Like I can use a bubble blower and I can make fun with it, but I don't make fun of it. Like bubbles are stupid, and then I have fun like blowing bubbles. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? Chat, am I insane? So with this, we just get nothing. Hilarious, okay? So then with, can we get 0? If we have no default face, what do we do? Do we just do nil? Again, no documentation. Invalid function 0. I don't fucking care. Gotta love this amazing syntax highlighting we have now. Oh, this is so annoying. I just wish Emacs could not be created by people who don't understand how to create a sensible documentation or API. You know what I mean? Because there should be a high-level API for defining new major modes, which there is. It's just not helpful at all, and it barely has any documentation. Like, ooh, define derived mode. This is it. You have the info node, right? But this doesn't help. It just is the same thing. It's copy and pasted. Ain't that amazing? So this is the documentation for defining a new mode. I don't see any mention of font lock here or anything like that. So, great. Helpful. You know what I mean? Rohan says, anyways, I gotta go now. Got some people to slaughter in Guild Wars 2 with my guild, lol. You play Guild Wars 2? I play Guild Wars 2. Look, I play Guild Wars 2. It is so fun. That's awesome. I'm not in a guild. I'm not a professional at all. I just run around and kill like low-level enemies when I feel depressed. Gnarly Quack says, have fun slicing and dicing, Rohan. Absolutely, Rohan. You kill those enemies. Work with your guild. Do that teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? Teamwork makes DreamWorks movies or something, right? Go make a Toy Story. Go do that shit. Rohan says, if you need a carry, just let me know. Oh, you're so sweet, Rohan. Thank you. Have so much fun. Kill the enemies. Are you doing like an actual guild war? That would be fun. In any case, I'm annoyed. Because things don't work. You know what I mean? They tend not to work. So we have a list of regular expressions mapped to font faces to use. Now, it seems like this is the issue. So if we did like a font face default, I hate fucking company mode. Why can't they just make things that make sense? Like, why does it have to pop up over here? Pop up in the right fucking spot. I'm annoyed today. Gnarly Quack says, but isn't Emacs secret, hidden reason to exist to consume the world with Lisp? You can't do that with reasonable high-level APIs, Lamau. Rohan says, I'm mostly playing world versus world, which is PvP between 3 servers and a big amount of people fighting. That's really awesome. I've seen that. I've seen those events happen as I'm in a city and like people are gathering and there's just hundreds of people. It's like, this is incredible. It's so cool. That's really cool, Rohan. Good luck in your fight. Hopefully you dominate those 2 other servers and take them down, baby. It's gonna be sweet. Let us know how it goes. Hopefully you win. So, font lock face. We'll go with comment face, just so we can see it, right? And now we have purple. So if I describe face, it's font lock keyword face. Why? Oh, this is so annoying. This is so annoying. Chat, why? Why? Here's our font lock defaults. So we have comment face and we have type face. So naturally, they get highlighted with the keyword face. Gnarly Quack says, I've also got to go get some breakfast. Yup, it's noontime again here. Yeah, be sure to eat that breakfast. Do that shit. That's awesome, Gnarly. Be sure to nourish yourself with nutritious food. I sound like a robot. But yeah, have a lot of fun, Gnarly Quack. He says, I'll probably lurk a little, but have fun. Don't let the Emacs config get into your head too much, lol. I won't. I won't. But, yeah. It's just people frustrate me. I want to talk to the people that made this API and say, and shake them back and forth and say, what is happening here? Tell me. How did you not, how am I supposed to develop a major mode? Tell me. What am I supposed to do? What are the steps I take? Because it doesn't make sense to me that I have to write a syntax table like they recommend that then just gets unused because we set up font locking in this horrible manner with regular expressions. Whatever. I want to talk to these people. And I know I should just email the mailing list, the devil mailing list for GNU Emacs and be like, hey, what the fuck is happening here? What did you do? Why have you created this? Who is it for? And if I were to create it from scratch, why would anybody ever do it this way? I just have so many questions. So many questions. So we have a valid regular expression. And we have, hopefully, what would be a mapping for a font face to use, right? Like font lock comment face. Or we could try font lock string face. It really doesn't matter. We just want something that works. So we're going to redefine this. And if we go here, nothing. Nothing. So even if I unload unmode, I reload the file. I reload unmode. We still get an old config that doesn't exist anymore. Gnarly Quack says, the quote, "And how long is your beard that you'd implement it like this?" Lamau. That's really funny. This is so annoying. Why? Why does it do this to me? So, how? I don't even know how. We're gonna restart Emacs and see if it's the same. Because Emacs is probably just doing some stupid caching stuff. The amount of caching Emacs tries to do, I'm disappointed in. They're like, oh, you want to change that variable? No, no, no. Point. Now I'm just going to load unmode, which means I have to go to editor, unmode, load the file, and then go here and load it. And we still get the wrong thing. Describe to me how. How? In chat. Font lock keywords is nil? Uh-huh. It would come from font lock defaults. Where? We have font lock defaults. We set it to our keywords, but keywords is nil. So explain that one to us. And font lock defaults is nil in this point buffer. Seriously? It's not. This is why I hate Emacs. Okay. Okay. We have a regular expression which should find things and set them to a face. That's what this says. Take the 0th group, aka the thing you find, and apply a thing to it. Why does that not work? And what goes on? Right? So we're going to load this file again. We're going to go back to point. We're going to load unmode. And we're going to go here and reload this. Like this. How we had to before. So you can see now we do have a 1 here. We have a 1. But it still doesn't change a thing. We can say fontify the buffer, and yeah, it does nothing. And if we fontify like this region, what do we do? Fontify block? Sure. Invalid function 1. So it's trying to call 1 as a function, which doesn't make any sense, right? Doesn't make any sense. So you would think that whatever goes here has to be a function, but I don't know why that would be, because I don't know what goes here. You know why? Because there's no documentation on it at all. And if there is, it's hidden behind some very fancy words that people made up. That's my favorite part, when people just make up words. And they go, yeah, you know, that thing that everybody knows, you know, a syntactic designator character. Like, you just put words together that people know and made something that doesn't exist so that you can refer to it as a name. That doesn't help. Refer to existing things. It's so annoying. Why no work? So if we were to, for example, in here, look at our font lock defaults, you can see that font lock defaults is a list with a list of keywords as the first thing in the list. So do we need to like make this a list like that? So now this is a list with un keywords in the first place, right? And it's unquote spliced. It's not exactly the same, but it should work. Does that help at all? If it does, I'll be happy. Oh my God, we did it, chat. It was the damn nested list of this. So even though this is a nested list, we have to have this nested list in a nested list. Classic Lisp. The reason being, I don't know. They don't say. The self-documenting text editor has no documentation on it. God damn it. And then a bunch of nils for no reason. Like, why is there 4 nils? Why do we get that? What does this accomplish? Nothing, effectively, is what those 4 nils accomplish. So, fuck off. We don't need you. Oh my Christ. That was difficult. But I think we need to now change the order so that we can have types after dereferences, hopefully. Yeah. There we go. Oh my God, chat. Chat! It took us so long. It literally took us 2 hours to get this up and running. This is horrible. We gotta write one for Vim, and I'm not good at that too. And then we have to write one for like VS Code. We have a lot of shit to do. Negavorsa says, yay, finally. Yes, yay, finally. You can stop hearing me yell about goddamn font lock fontification. In any case, we have built-in types that we would like to highlight. We'd like to highlight all types like this, but we're not there yet. We don't want to use the what? I wish you could like easily comment out whole sections. Is there block comments that I just don't know about in Emacs? I would love block comments. I don't even know. We'll say not for now. But we don't want to use the string face. We want to use no face. So can this be nil? Or does that break everything? It can be nil. Okay, beautiful. So now the idea is we would like keywords, actual keywords. I know, it's rare. Why does that not have the name? So we're gonna do something like this and keep this here. We can use an example. It's fine. So the regex for what? What are we doing? We're now just doing un keywords. So this is going to be un keywords generic. Why not? And this is just going to be a sequence of defun. If, else, and I think that's it for now. We just have defun, if, and else. Looks pretty valid to me. For this, we would like to use the font lock keyword face. Thank you, Emacs. And now we would like to add this generic to the bottom. We could also have this just be font lock instead of keywords. I think that's a better idea. Can I use like egglet to rename things? Yeah, it's not going to work, is it? So what we could do is say, when we see un keywords, could you actually replace it with un what? Font lock. I think that's better. It's more descriptive. We have font lock operators, which is a font lock little matcher. Perfect. RPWH says, yeehaw! Yeah! We did it! We did it! Now we have defun if and else, hopefully. Let's load the file, go to point, reload the mode. Yeah! Defun! Look, we're getting syntax highlighting, finally. This is good. This is good. Very good. So is there any way we could, like, how do we match a function name, right? So a function name would be followed by defun, I guess is how we would do that. So we're going to have fontlock generic. We're going to have fontlock function name. And this is going to match defun followed by any amount of white space. How do we do white space in Rx? It should be easy. So we should just be able to type white space like that. So we have defun, then we have white space, then we have some sort of thing, right? This is going to be a new group as well. We're going to have to use groups. And this is going to be fontlock function name face. Is that a thing? Fontlock function name face. That's exactly what it is. So for this group, what would we like to find? We basically just want to look for the symbol, like anything up until a white space. So this should be a group. How do we do a group again? Okay, so we're looking for defun, white space, and then any match. Match a character from one of the sets, not in character spec. Intersection, match all char sets, not new line. Match any character except a new line, alias null. Any char, match any character. So we could say like any amount of characters, right? I don't really like that though. I kind of want any amount of not white space. Is that okay? We get defun white space and then not white space star. So what does that actually give us? If we get that as regular expression, we go into point, we use rebuilder. Hey, look, that's exactly what we need. Now we just need to put this in a group, which I don't actually know how to do in Rx. So this thing here needs to be a group. So I'm sure, can we say group? Group? I don't know. Am I correct? Oh, the group right here. Okay, that should work. So now, load the file. And unmode. And is this, I guess we need to describe face. It's the default face, so it's not done. So let's go ahead and check out the messages and test out this in Rebuilder. Well, so Rebuilder tells us that our regular expression is fantastic. Like, almost the best. I can't believe I wrote that so fast. Rx is kind of very handy. I'm now getting the hang of it. So maybe 1 is the problem? Maybe we need 2. Why do I have unmode L2? I don't want unmode L2, I want unmode L1. Why do you do this to me, Emacs? Okay. So we still don't have it. Defun and fun name should be in different colors. They are? Are you... Neg Vorsa. Please. They are? Defun is a keyword with the fontlock keyword face. This is the function name, where we're trying to match a group after defun whitespace. We're matching this group into here. Maybe we need to do submatch. How do we do submatch? Let's try that. It seems like if there's more than one group, it should work, but this doesn't seem to work. So let's look at what font lock keywords or something. So we have matcher, matcher sub-expression, matcher face name, matcher highlight. So when matcher can be either the regular expression to search for or the function name to call to make the search. All right. Form is an expression whose value should be a keyword element of one of the above forms. Form is an expression whose value should be a keyword element of one of the above forms. One of these? So probably this? Weird. Highlight should be either match highlight or match anchored. Okay, so we could say matcher blah blah blah. For highlighting single items, for example, each instance of the word food, typically only match highlight is required. However, if an item or items are to be highlighted following the instance of another item, the anchor, this is what we need. For example, each instance of the word bar following the word anchor, then match anchored may be required. Match highlight should be of the form sub-expression face name override lacks match. Right, so that's match highlight. That's highlight. So we should have matcher and then highlight, or matcher dot highlight in the matcher. Okay. So do I need to do actually the function name? Do I need to match the first group with a dot to get an improper list? It doesn't seem like it. Negvorsa says that it. I'm not sure what that it means. But we're matching this group separately. So if you remember, we checked out the rebuilder, right? And there's no history, but see how foo is in a different color? That's because it's in this group, which means we get it as a separate thing. It's not matched absolutely correctly, but it's close. Like if we had a delimiter, there would be an issue. But it should be fine. So we could also say, while it is either not white space or that. So if we get a literal left parentheses, we should stop the function name and stuff like that. Font face to use. So we should say sub-expression face name. See, this is a submatch. Should be the first one. Is this number of the sub-expression of matcher to be highlighted? See, this is the first sub-expression. Is an expression whose value is the face to use. Negvorsa says, sorry, I get confused. We all get confused. It's okay. I do not mind. I do not mind. So, foobar.1, substring bar within all occurrences of foobar in the value of font lock keyword face. So foobar.foobar face, foobar 0, foobar face t, foobar match 1, foobar face. The first sub-expression within all occurrences of whatever the function foobar match finds and matches in the value of foobar face. This is kind of what we want. So we have, it's saying maybe we want a different format where we have the regular expression followed by a 0 like this. And then like this. Is that what it's saying? Probably not. Still no. Eternal Wild Fox says back and eating. That's wonderful to hear. I'm glad you got some food. You know, it would be embarrassing if I didn't add it here. That's, yeah, look. That's embarrassing. I just didn't write it. Haha. Okay, hopefully this will work now. Hey, look, it works right away. Bug. Turns out you just have to update the actual things you're using. So then we would also like to do function calls, I think, in the same way. So let's figure out function call. Function call would be, let's see. It would be a group of the function name is what I want to find, right? So it's going to be a group of characters that are not white space. Okay, so a group of any amount of characters that are not white space or an open paren. So this group will be the function name itself. So then we have to make sure that we actually get a function call. Can I do like star any? Can I just do any? How does that work in Rx? Match a character from one of the sets. No, any does not work. Match Rx's n to m times. I kind of just want anything. So I'm going to need 0 or more of any character. Which, there should be, there's something here that matches any character. Match any character. Okay. So 0 or more of anything. Let's make this a little more tree-like. So we have a group of a function name followed by a function call with 0 more anything. So then after 0 more anything, we would like the close parens. And if we do get this, we would like our first subgroup to be under function name face. So let's see what this returns in messages. Go to the bottom, copy that. Now we can go rebuilder and check it out. See, that matches way too much stuff. So let's go figure out let's use rebuilder and figure out what the hell we actually have to do. I wonder if you can use rebuilder with Rx. In any case, I'm glad Eternal Wild Fox, you are back. You've skipped past a lot of frustration, and we now have syntax highlighting for types, function names, some keywords. So if I start to write like if, that gets done. So we can say if 1 + 1, 0, else, false, or you know what I mean? Something like this. We can do it. It's starting to look much better. It's a little bit clowny, but that's just because of my my theme. So to match, I think this is the problem. Shouldn't I just match? Eternal Wild Fox says Pog. Yes, Pog. Very Pog. So for a function call, we're going to match effectively any amount of characters that aren't white space and are not that. And then we're going to match that to the closing paren. I'm saying a lot of this and that, I'm sorry. See, that's a complicated scenario because foo shouldn't happen, but foo should. So maybe we'll just do when there's no white space in between. Right? So while it's not white space or an open paren, match that. So effectively this would say any amount of characters that don't have white space in them and don't have that. So this would match this, this, but then because it's the sequence and we match that next, so we would match this followed by this. And then we're going to say 0 or more white space, right? I'll be right back. Whew, sorry about that. Hopefully I didn't lose too many of you. There was just loud noises where there shouldn't be. Neg Vorsa. Ooh, right paren is also a part of anything. You're right. You're right. You're very right. Thank you, Neg Vorsa. You are a genius. Ooh. For those technical difficulties, I ran all the way up a flight of stairs, talked to people, checked on things, and then ran all the way back down the flight of stairs and down a long hallway. And I did that in like 10 seconds, and my brain has still not fully recovered. So we're going to rebuilder. Okay. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Nope, not like that, please. So let's go to unmode. We're matching a group which is not white space or this. So you'd think that not white space would ensure that any amount of not white space, right? So that should be like this, or this, or this. And not a paren, so this should be this, right? Or this, or this, or this. Anything that isn't white space, followed by a parenthesis though. So you think that that would match foo and then the parenthesis. So this should have to be not 0 or more, but 1 or more is our issue, or at least one of them. 1 or more, or of white space, or that. Okay. So if we get the regexp that this produces and copy it here, we're closer now, right? We still have an issue where our first group refers to a very confusing amount of characters. So how do we start at A? We match A, but then how do we say a space is not white space and new line is not white space? Does this have to be like and or something? It should just match any of these, no? So we match a group. I hate regular expressions. So in between the function, the parameters, the arguments, there can be 0 more of anything. We really don't care as long as it's not a closing paren. Not Yes John says, fun fact, the word bank has 7 meanings. Also, you're incredible, Heart. Thank you, John. I really appreciate that. And yes, this is an actual human. You read my mind. My first thing when I said the fun fact, the word bank has 7 meanings, I was like, is that a bot? Then I saw it was you, and I was like, nah, this just John. So we have a group of 1 or more white space, not followed, that is followed by this. So our regular expression says create a group with a group inside of it for some reason, and match white space, any amount of white space, or closing paren, or plus, I don't even know what that means. We have an or here, then we close, oh, I see, the left paren, I missed. So while not white space or left paren, followed by, okay, so while not white space or left paren, that seems like it makes sense, right? So that should match foo to the left paren. Why is white space from before being included? Not Yes John says, how's the compiler going, by the way, Lens? It's going Fantastic. Fantastic. There's a bunch of updates that we've made. Oh man, I'm losing my voice. Can you hear it? There's a bunch of updates we've made to the compiler, and you can check them out, the progress of it on YouTube. But to jump you ahead, we basically have pointers. We have working pointers, so we can have an integer pointer. We can get the address of an integer and assign it to the pointer, and then dereference the pointer, and it'll update the original. So this function actually returns 4. He says, drink some water. I will. Oh god. But yeah, so now, today, we've been working on syntax highlighting. Line 104, add not white space. Quack says, drink. The Twitch command. Should we really? Because we want white space in here. It doesn't matter. Right? Quack says, need a lens bot. It's true, we need to create one. So we need to create a group. What does our regular expression have to do? Match any amount of characters that are valid symbols for function names. For now, we will just say anything that isn't space, right? So we match one or more not white space until the left side. So we say, okay, not white space, not white space. Gnarly Quack says, wait, what was that first thing that you created? Wasn't that a bot? Yes, I created a suicidal AI bot using a Markov chain, and I trained it on Reddit data from the Suicide Watch subreddit where people go to make like suicidal thoughts and post them. So I trained it on that data so it could create suicidal thoughts itself. It was a lot of fun. Not Yes John says, another cool fact is that the word most has 171 synonyms at least, if I am remembering it correctly. Not Yes John says, I still remember the line, I've grown to touch myself. That's right. That's right. We had the bot who said, I've grown to touch myself. Like, ooh, gross. So we have function name. Why don't we have function call? One or more characters that are not white space looks valid to me. Then we match a function call with any amount of anything that isn't a right paren after a left paren. And then we should match like white space here, right? So one or more white space. And this generates the following regular expression, which if we pop into Rebuilder and take a look at what it does, you can see that we get nothing. We match nothing because I don't know why, honestly. Why don't we match anything? One or more, not white space, blah, blah, blah. Then we have the thing. So do we need 0 or more? Would that help everything? It just would replace the plus with a star, right? So allowing one or more white space changes this. How does that work? So having one or more spaces after it means that these both have fucking space after them. I don't get why this doesn't work. Not Yes John says, ooh, gross. Didn't need to know that one from you. Negvorsa says, it seems to me return line is not part of white space. That would be annoying. Is that true? we're going to try. Why would return line not be a part of white space? I know it's probably how it is, but no, this still doesn't work either. So, one or more, not white space. /R? /R shouldn't matter. Let's try it. We'll try it. Okay, we've got very long regex for now. We got nothing. Even if we, let's see. We still just have the same issue. I don't get why this is happening. So maybe I need to add, not, okay, maybe I need to add it here. We'll say or, and then not the or of that. This is so complicated. This is amazing. Bad character set. What? What do you mean bad character set? Bad character set %s//r. Apparently it's not allowed. Maybe we just need one. We could also just say something like new line, right? One or more new line white space. One or more of new line white space. I don't know. We'll try. Still no. Bad character set. New line. Okay. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. So they have not new line, but they don't have new line? Are you kidding me? Match any character except a new line. Match any character. Never match anything at all. Not. Okay, all they have is not new line. I don't want to do not new line. Why would they do this? And if I do //r, it's just going to say no, is what it seems like. It says, hey, that's not allowed. And if I did /r, just make sure, yep, bad character, white space. How's white space a bad character? Okay, you could do this. Zero or more, not right paren. I mean, that looks fine to me. I have no clue. I have no clue. Gnarly Quack asks, are you doing syntax highlighting for your language? I am, in Emacs for now. And we're done with syntax highlighting for the language for now. Because I'm done dealing with regular expressions. Unless anybody has a fantastic idea on how to match function calls. In a way that doesn't suck. But yeah, we're doing syntax highlighting for the language. So we now have an Emacs mode, which is currently just called unnamed, but we have some keyword highlighting. So we have defun, we have if, we have else, right? We have types, built-in types, highlighted as the typeface. We have function names, so that's good. But yeah, it's a little better now. Gnarly Quack says null lang. That's right, we don't have any name yet. We have a lot of ideas for names. Oh, I gotta drink more water before I die. Or none lang? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, we still gotta work on that a lot. In any case, we definitely want to work on that. Didn't we just do something? We did syntax highlighting. So we didn't do anything. Wonderful. But hey, at least we did it. That's right. That's why I was here. Name the thing. Where's the naming? Should be somewhere here. I thought we had it. Name the thing. There it is. So here's our ideas. We have more by TTV at gnarly quack, which is null lang or none lang. I like it. These aren't bad. These are not bad. I could deal with thinglang too. Okay, we'll add it. Thinglang. Thinglang is kind of funny. Thingalang might be fun to say, like thingalang. That might be funny. Thingaling. Thingaling. I like it. Thank you, Gnarly Quack. Maybe just the thing. Okay, or the thing. I like it. In any case, here's a problem that we have to fix, folks. And let's just, I think we can, it won't be too hard. Yeah, be sure to quote me on that one. It won't be too hard. But I don't think it'll be too hard. All we have to do is fix the fact that when we define a function, bar, for example, if it returns an integer, this is all fine and dandy, but the thing is, we'll have it return 0. The thing is, first of all, the return type of an expression, the return type of a function, the last expression isn't type checked, so that's something we need to do. Negvorce, this is line 14. Insert space before foo and you are done. Lamau. Oh, but the problem comes in the fact that if we have a pointer declared as a parameter, a function parameter, and the issue becomes not when we use it, but just by doing this. And you can now see that if we try to compile, we get invalid syntax, expected closing parenthesis, following parameter list. And the issue is that, as you can see, what we parse as our parameter list is a symbol pointer with a type of at. So obviously, we're just taking the one token and we're not gathering the entire type. So the reason for this is that in a variable declaration, right here, when we get the type, we do some fanciness where we don't just use a simple parsing mechanism, we do this whole complicated pointer look ahead thing, right? So with this pointer look ahead thing, I don't think we need that comment. With this pointer look ahead thing, this needs to be used when we get a function parameter. And you may already be asking, these are these are variable declarations. Like this is valid code here and also here. So why doesn't it work? And the reason is we parse things differently for some reason. I don't know why we did it like this. This is, I think, dumb. And we're going to fix it. Gnarly Quack says, old John Carpenter movie reference there. Oh yeah, The Thing. Isn't that like where the hand is all goopy? That's old memory for me. Oh man. So you see that our parameter list, we actually just lex advance once to get the type. We don't actually do any fancy getting type. So we could either have like a little helper function to parse a type, which is not a bad idea, or we could just parse variable declarations into the parameter list in a stack continuation manner. And then when we reach the end of the parameter list, continue to the body stack. Similar to how we do for, I think, if else, with the condition then else body stack operators, where we have the if condition catches the end of it catches the start of the body, and then we create a stack to move on to the parsing the body. And if we find an else, then we move on to the else body, and if we find an else, then we say, okay, we're done. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. So we should kind of do the same thing where we have a function definition stack, which we currently do. It's called defun. But the problem is we would need like a defun parameter and a defun body, right? The same way we had if condition and if body. So we can do that. I think that's what we're going to do. All right, we're changing some stack continuation things. First, let's do a commit the commit of our little syntax highlighting journey, right? So our editor folder now contains editor unnamed, which is a major mode for editing the unnamed language. The unnamed compiler compiles. Yes, so we have some updates to the README that I think I wrote last night or 2 days ago. I don't even remember. We'll just include some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. We don't have external calls yet, so no reason to include those. We'll just include the getting rid of the comments. Gnarly Quack says, yeah, there are a bunch of scientists stationed in the Antarctic and they uncover an alien that can shapeshift. I think they remade it, but the original in the 80s is pretty amazing, especially the sound effects given its age. That's awesome. We'll have to check it out. I may have seen it already, but I'll have to watch it again. Thank you for the recommendo. So this will say editor support. Emacs major mode for editing source code. One step closer to being a user-friendly lang. Why not? Gnarly Quack says, I guess I meant VFX. Should have typed special effects. It's true. I'm also just a music person, so when I see SFX, I think sound effects, but it also means special effects just as much, pretty much. But yeah, so they have awesome special effects in the 80s. I always love that. Like the man, I'm blanking on it. Lawnmower Man. Right? Lawnmower Man? Lawnmower Dog? Which one is it? I think it's Lawnmower Man. Lawnmower Man has the best old visual effects in that I've ever seen. They're so good. It's like terrible Doctor Who from the 50s. Eternal Wild Fox updates us and says, working on the toString function for debugging. I stuck, though, on the union type. What are you confused about with the union type? Maybe we can help you out. Right? Alrighty, let's build the compiler. And points. Yes, I'm in the wrong spot, I know. There we go. And we still get the same issue where it is defined with the wrong type. Because we have a function. Interesting. Eternal Wild Fox, I love that you keep posting into Twitch. We have a Discord where you can post code much longer than you can in Twitch, but it's okay. So I recommend the code review in the future. In any case, it doesn't matter. We will get there in the end. This thing, please. Copy. Paste. He says posted also in Discord. Nice. Very nice. This is much easier. Now I don't have to do this, right? So you have typedef union value. Okay. You typedef union value. You have a symbol, an integer, a float, and a string. That's valid. Completely valid. So this union will have a size of 4 bytes so that it can contain everything, or 8 bytes if you're on 64 bits. I think my language server is wrong. So enum node type, that's fine. Union value, value, that's fine. So this should all work. You should be able to create a node, right? And then you should be able to say node.value. Don't know why everything went away. Node.value dot, and then you'll have all your like symbol, right? You can do this so it stops complaining so much. Something like that. This is just placeholder so I can get it to work. Posted also in Discord. Check Discord. Okay. Ooh, perfect. More. Okay, what do we got? We got node new. Is that in? I don't know. So assert. You can't pass multiple things to assert like this. And also, I don't think this is how this works. Just so you know, assert should only have one argument. So you need an and here instead, because this is just a pointer, if you remember correctly. That's a const char pointer, right? So that's going to be some memory address. So it'll never be 0. So you can and with it and not worry about affecting the output. You can't add strings in C, so I'm not sure what you're trying to do here. I don't have this macro line either. If you're trying to do underscore line, then you'd have to do something like this. So assert can only have one argument, right? You assert this condition. The condition can contain a pointer to a string, and that pointer to the string will actually get printed out. Eternal Wild Fox says, okay, thanks. Is that all you were having issues with? You also need to set the value here, right? You should say memset node value, right? And you should set it to 0, and you should use the size of whatever your value is. What is it called? Value? It's lowercase v. And that's an address. So you need to set your union to 0. Otherwise, you may try and dereference a pointer here that doesn't exist. Why do you have symbol and string as different data types? Is it just so you can access them as different names? Because technically, these will access the same place, which is confusing. In any case, it doesn't matter. It'll still work. But yeah, use memset from string.h, and you can set the value of the union to 0, using the proper size of operator to get the size of the union, which is 4 or 8 bytes. As far as all of these, node set value, set child, you really don't need to have these because you can just do this, but I appreciate the object-orientedness of your mind. You know what I mean? Hopefully that works at all. Eternal Wild Fox says, "Wah." Right. It's true though. If it helps with your brain to go, okay, on the node, I need to do what? Set the right-hand side. And if it helps you to write code or even just conceptualize how it works, then might as well do it that way. Because whatever works is the correct way. Anyways, in parser.c, we're going to be creating some stacks now. Stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks now. So defun. Also, we should probably push it. We're going to push it. We push it. The editor config is now in the GitHub. So instead of doing forever, we should say stack equals something. So this should be parse stack create. with stack as a parent. So we create a new child stack. Eternal Wild Fox says, but how to convert the union to a string, lol? I would try to figure it out. What do you mean convert it to a string? I think you have major issues with your type, your mental model of types, because you confuse me with how you ask questions. What do you mean turn it into a string? There's nothing that makes this any other type than a value, right? You can access value, the memory address here, as all these different types. So if you wanted to say, okay, char pointer, node get string, if you want to write it in this way, right? You just say return, again, you take in a node value string. That's it. And then you have a string. It's here in your union. I'm not sure what you're confused about, right? Your node type will tell you, hey, what type of node do I have? And then if it's a string, you go, ah, it's a string. That means I can use value.string. Whereas if it's an integer, you use value.int number. Or if it's a float number, right? You just access the same memory with a different name and type. That's all that's happening. Eternal Wild Fox says, it needs to be dynamic, but never mind, I will figure it out, lol. What do you mean it needs to be dynamic? It's a pointer. it can point anywhere. Why are you confused about strings not being dynamic? Just set the pointer to a dynamic string. Right? Is that all you're saying? Like you can say input. And you can say set string. All you'd have to do is the same thing. Equals input. Just like that. What's confusing? I'm so confused about what you're confused about. It needs to return node 1 plus, for example. What do you mean return? Then set this string to node 1 plus. That's the rest. What? That the rest. All you should have to do is this, right? You just create a new node, and you use your, you have node new. Now you have a zeroed out node. That's nothing. Then you could say node value string is equal to something. You could also say node value string is equal to malloc of like 24. And then you could memcopy into this string, because it's just a memory address, right? You can memcopy into the string from like, I hate characters in C. And then you can copy however many this would be, which means you'd have to do char pointer stir equals that. Then you could do stir and stirland of stir. Look at that. And then you just have to make sure there's enough here. Doesn't matter. You could use format, buffer size, you could do whatever. You just set string to whatever you want. It's just a memory address, right? You can set it to a memory address of this string, because this string just gets put into the final assembly with a memory address, right? Eternal Wild Fox says, never mind now, we talk past one another. I get how that works. I'm just saying, I'm so confused what you're confused about. Or what you're trying to, what you're having troubles with. A string is not an object. There are no objects in C. It's a memory address. All you have in C are memory addresses. I will show you when I get it to work. Alrighty, I'm excited. And if you have a validly formulated question, I'll try and answer it. I promise. So we create a parser stack. We say stack operator is equal to something. Node symbol. I am confused how confused you are about where I am confused about. Lamau. Eternal Wild Fox, that's so funny. It just seems like you have a confusion with what strings are in C. And it seems like you don't understand that it's just a memory address like everything else. Like you can just say it's equal to anything and use it in any way, right? You can dereference it and get a character. No, that is not the problem. Okay, I get it. So if that is not the problem, you understand that a string is just a memory address. You have this value, which contains a memory address, to a string, any string you want. So the confusion comes from string. You say you want it to return node 1 plus, for example. Well, a union will only ever contain one value. So if you said this, and then did this, node value dot string is equal to whatever it's equal to, this would print out something else because the value is a single place in memory. So by overriding symbol, you also overwrite string, you also overwrite int number, and you also overwrite float number. Value just gives you a memory address, and because it's a union, you can dereference it into all these different sorts of types based on which symbol you use. Indeed, I know how unions work. Alrighty. So you're saying you need a dynamic string. So all you'd have to do is say like set string, right? You would want some sort of input, or you'd want like a printing out. So maybe you have like print node. Is that node print? Let's try that. Dynamic string from a union, indeed. Well, that's where I'm confused. Dynamic string is what you have in your union. This is it. You know what I mean? Like this is a dynamic string. You can assign it to any memory address in the world. Like if you malloc 1,000 bytes. If you're just trying to print out nodes, you shouldn't use anything within the AST to actually print them out. You should use the type. You just say, hey, what's the type, right? You take in a pointer to a node and you say, okay, is it, you can use an if statement as well. What'd you call it? Node type? What's your, why are you mad? Enumeration value A. But yeah, then you could just say case like node type string. Eternal Wild Fox says it needs to be a switch case based on the node type. I will figure it out. Okay. But yeah, if you have a string, then you just printf like a string, right? And you access the value like that. But if it's a node type like integer, then you would access the integer value of the union. And if it's like a program, then you'd say printf like program, right? With a new line. And then if you add an indent level, then you could just say like do indent here. You could have an indent level, and you could just say for each child, node print on child indent +2. So a list of nodes can be printed out recursively, right? If that makes sense. Hopefully that helps you out. Because you don't actually have to do any string building. Just the string is kind of inherently built by outputting over and over again. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. Okay. Back to our thing. Stack operator. We would like to create the fun. I use sprintf to buffer. See, then you're gonna have to manage the string, and you're gonna have to do a whole bunch of complicated stuff just to handle all the edge cases, right? Because you're gonna have to realloc your buffer over and over again if you want to do that. Eternal Wild Fox says, I will handle it, Lamau. But yeah, basically you just want to, also, why'd I get rid of that? Instead of printf, you just use sn printf, right? But you need to actually create the buffer. So you have to have like some, you could have like a static buffer, like print, and it could just be like a bunch of bytes, and hopefully you don't overrun it. But if it's dynamic, then you have to do a lot of malloc and realloc and moving things around. It's a big issue. Generally, you try and avoid array allocation, but in that case, you would definitely have to do that. Or you just have a function that goes through and does this printing, but with the format buffer size, and adds up all the different format buffer sizes to get you the total length of the string. Then you malloc that, then you go through and do the printing into that buffer. That's complicated though. So we have defun params. We would like to write into the first child. So we should say, we've gotten an open. Let's create the parameter list and then check for the close. And if found, we would like to do what? So if not found, maybe? I think we handled empty elsewhere as well. An empty body. Hello? Oh, it's probably in stack handler, which is above. Okay. Empty if then body handling. Maybe worn? Definitely an issue. Eternal Wild Fox says, I love complex stuff. You already should know that about me. You definitely are into it. Should new parsing context? Yes. So the problem is we're going to handle an empty defun. An empty parameter list, that is. So we would like to expect an opening. This is a lambda. We'd like defun. Yes, we'll get to lambdas again eventually. Eternal Wild Fox says, ah, fuck it. I define 8024, that should be enough. It is for debugging only, so if it's for debugging, why don't you want to just print into a standard output? Why do you have to print into a buffer that you keep track of? I get it though. I did this, I had to do the same thing for atoms in Lisp. In my text editor, light text editor. You can see that I have like atom string to convert an atom into a string, which is used in the text editor to display atoms to the user. So if we found one, don't create the stack. Else, go ahead and create that stack. And we can have this same thing, because if we're done, we can say, yep, we shouldn't be done. So we would like to create this and parse into a child that we create our first parameter, allocate it. After this allocate, we would like to say that this first parameter is a child of the parameter list. What do you know? And then this first parameter is our stack result. Alrighty. So with this, we should officially have everything handled. All we should have to do now, expected found. So all we did if we found one of these was break and move on to parse the return type. So I guess we should say move on to a separate setup stack for the fun body. No params needed. No param parsing needed. Sure. Setup stack for defun body. No param parsing needed. Setup stack for defun params to parse all parameters. Okay, so then we should continue. Here, we need to set up the stack for the body, which effectively we could set up with defun params as well, but I don't think we're going to do that. We are not going to do that. So we are just going to say what? Parse the return type. But this parsing return type will be part of parsing parameters. This will be like in between parsing parameters and the body. So then here would be parsing the body. So we need to set up a stack for parsing the function body, which will create a context and everything. So we're still going to need this no matter what. I have to use the restroom, but I want to get this little bit of code done first. Who's ready for a pee break? So node add child parameter list. Elite Monkey 038. Hey Lens. How's it going, Elite Monkey? It's been so long. It's so good to see you. What is going on? Ooh. Also, I screwed that up just then. So we would like to set up for defun body. We would like first body expression. And then this is going to need to be function body. So we're also going to have to create that child. Awesome. Elite Monkey says, I'm good. Been busy working. How are you? I'm doing okay. My internet's taking a dive, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing okay. We set up syntax highlighting for our language today. So now we have little bits of syntax highlighting. Isn't this nice? Still errors. Result, operator, and body. And then either way, we continue. I think that makes sense. Elite Monkey says, very cool. That's great to hear. Yes, it is so cool. I made a script to automatically farm sugarcane in Hypixel Skyblock. Ooh, you're gonna be running that sugar black market. That's awesome. So defun body and defun params. We should now say internal error could not handle stack operator. Perfect. It is an internal error. We just wrote code that doesn't make any sense. So we'd like to say to catch a stack operator. Then please defun params. So we would like to check for a closing parenthesis. And if it is one, we say, okay, we are done. We don't need to move the context. We don't need to remove the stack. All we have to say is update the stack to handle defun body. First lex parse function return type. So this is where the return type will be lexed and parsed. And then we are also, oh, excuse me. Yeah, so we have to first lex parse function return type, ensure curly brace open, ensure curly open brace for function body start, and then update the stack to handle defun body and continue. That looks good to me. you boys, I'm going to hand off to a little bit of music and a little bit of scratch message. Yes. This will be a very small break. Very small break. Yes. This is going to be what? 1 minute or so. Yes. Alrighty, that is my small break. I will now mute myself and I will be right back. Also, Soon3 is here. Oh my god, we shouted him out at the beginning of the stream. Soon3, it's so good to see you. He is a donator around here. Give him respect. Had to Google Hypixel Skyblock, lol. Must be getting old. Definitely. By the way, a colleague shared this with me today. Collapse OS. Pretty cool. Okay, I really have to pee, but I'm gonna open this and look at it. What do we got? Collapse OS. Winter is coming, and Collapse OS aims to soften the blow. It is a 4th operating system, very cool, and a collection of tools and docs with a single purpose. Preserve the ability to program microcontrollers through civilizational collapse. Oh lord. This is really interesting. UXN port, Collapse OS, and SSL. It's a source tarball. Awesome. Very cool. I'll have to check this out. This is very interesting. Thank you for showing me that, Soon3. Hello, Soon3, by the way. I don't know if I said that already, but hello. How are you doing? I am about to take a very small break because I am about up to my teeth in urine. So I will be right back, but I will leave you with some music and don't go anywhere. I'm back. I made it. Hopefully that wasn't too long. How is it going, everybody? I see Elite Monkey asks, Soon3, how is it going? I am also curious, Soon3, how are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Okay, yes, this is where we were. Soon3 says, good, good. Just got off work as well. Freedom! Just until tomorrow. That's about how it is. So we're going to need to parse return type. So we're going to need parse type. Okay, we're going to have to do a whole parse type thing. So we're still going to need a parse type simply for the return type. Right? Okay, yeah. This sucks. It's okay. Bind function to function name in function's environment. I think that's valid. Also, I think this doesn't have to be working result. This can be function, but we don't use this code anymore, so it doesn't matter. Elite Monkey 038 says, Lens, you want to check my script? Absolutely, I'll check out your script. Feel free to post it in the Discord or message me anywhere, really. It works out. Lex Advance function return type. Okay, so we're going to expect a type annotation. So first, we would like to expect something. This. And we should say to do handle done cases. Okay. In any case, we'd like to say if we found this. Else, we should say error prep, error syntax, expected type annotation following parameter list for return type of function. Hopefully that makes any amount of sense. Elite Monkey 038 says, okay, I'll put it in the Discord in a minute. Awesome, we'll be waiting for you. We'll check it out. I like this out of context. Lenser just gives it to people. I give it to him hard. Return error, please. We're gonna have to do these at some point. So now we're gonna have to do type thing. So the return type of the function is actually the next child of our function body, right? So when we set up define params, then we should set this as our function. I think that makes sense. Alrighty, so now we have our first parameter. We go around, we parse it. We end up at the stack handler for define params, which ends up looking for a close. It looks for a colon. And then, what else do we have? What else do we have? We need a type. So where do we parse a type elsewhere? We do that in declarations, right? So wherever a declaration is, which is somewhere around here. Here it is. Symbol is now owned by working result, the bar decal. Yes, so we should also do something like this. Variable declaration, working result. Something like that. That way this is a little more clear. We don't just have the generic thing everywhere. So working result. Yeah, that looks much better. Type for environment, node allocate. Yep, this all looks good. This all looks good. So we no longer have to use working result when we don't want. So we'd like next child of the variable declaration to be a new node. And then we say, okay, this new node we add to reassign, then we say local result next child equals reassign. So why do we do this? Variable declaration next child equals node allocate. I don't think we need to do that. Can I handle stack operator? That's true still. We still haven't handled that, but I don't think we need that. And then we can say working result is equal to value expression. So that's just for stack continuation. Yes. Okay, so for a variable declaration, we would like to ensure that we get a valid type. We need parse type with all the arguments. It's true. In any case, this is how we parse the type for now. We have to lex and do all this stuff. Go all the way back up. Parse get type. We need defun params. Parse the type. And return type parsing. Hopefully that's a little simpler. So we don't have current token and we don't have token length. I'm pretty sure they're not called this. We have current and we have length. They're also already pointers. If length equals 0, break. So this would mean we're done lexing effectively. Wouldn't really make sense. We should just like return error and say error syntax, which is an error prep of error. And then, Elite Monkey says I put it in the Discord if you want to check it out. Absolutely. Hey, how's it going, Elite Monkey? Max threads per hotkey. 2. Toggle 0 attack key PSDAW F6 toggle equals not toggle. That looks proper. Then we loop if toggle. So we'll do this a lot. F7 says control send attack key up H key. Okay. So sending it to the proper app. That's doable. You're saying right key, reverse key. So that would be D down, D up. Okay, so you basically say attack key down. So press P a lot, right, is what you're saying. Press P. Press reverse key. So press P and back up for a while. Let go of backing up and go right. So you're going to go down and then right. And after you go right for a while, you're then going to control key right up. So wouldn't this keep moving you down and to the right? Is it meant to be in a loop? Or does it just automatically harvest? Max threads per hotkey. I've never seen this, by the way. It's pretty cool. This looks like it would work. This looks like a workable auto hotkey script. It just makes, it may need some adjustment of the actual commands, it seems, because it seems like you attack as you go down. You never let go of attack, by the way. I see, but with F7 you let go of attack, so that makes sense. But yeah, it seems like you'd only ever move down and right. So without moving the mouse like 180, it's hard to see. Elite Monkey says yes, so I'm sure there's something in the game that makes a lot of sense why this would happen. Or you have water. Do you have water? That puts you back at the top left, so you go down and right, then go at top left like that. Also, you could probably just record this macro and use it that way, in case you don't want to write it out. But it is also fun to write it out and get it exact right. Alrighty, alrighty. We lex advance, and we should say there must be a valid type following parameter type annotation operator, or whatever, something like that. We'll just do that. I know this, we'll just put a fix me. This error message sucks. Perfect. This error message sucks. Parse type with all the arguments. Okay, so we have current, So if there's an at, please use current and length and do this same thing. And make sure that must be a valid type following type annotation. Following pointer type declaration symbol. Declaration. Elite Monk AL38 says, max threads per hotkey just as needed to when it's in the loop and it breaks, I can still press the panic button and it will still be able to run that. That makes sense. So when you're in F6, you need another thread to be able to halt your original thread. That makes sense. Because it can't run 2 lines at once without it. That makes sense. Yeah. Very cool. I mean, it looks like a good script. It's not gonna like take your passwords, and it's not a keylogger, so it's very good. Sun3 looks like he may know something. And I'm walking at a 45-degree angle with a wall, so it will go basically left and right. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So you're walking down and then right, and then there's a wall, so you always, yeah, the wall will keep you within the bounds of the farm. I get it, I get it. So you're doing like a walk this way backwards, and then you hit right, which up against a wall, and you'll go like up instead of right because you smudge up against the wall. And then you can go backwards again. Yes, yes, I'm starting to get it now. Very cool. So using current and length, using context. Why can't we use context? Probably because it's a pointer. So get type from our current context, using the type symbol into type validator. Make sure that type validator works. Otherwise we have a type error. Elite Monke says, basically yes. Nice. Yeah, that looks like a great little script then. It'd be cool to put that, like if you made a short, like 5-minute video on how to run the script, like go download AutoHotkey, here's the script, copy and paste this and run it, and then hit F6 and F7. If you like show people how to do it in a simple way. Ooh, donut math. You wrote a donut. That's very cool. How did you do that? How donut.c works. I'm very interested in that. I will have to save that. Very cool. In any case, this, if you like made a little video, it would, Sun3 says, no, I didn't write it. I see, it's from this article. It makes sense now. Still, it's very cool. It seems like you would just take the sign of this value over the entire one, and then if it's a, yeah, that's doable. Because the donut, this is actually just a sine wave, is it not? And where it goes below 0, it's nothing, and where it goes above, there's something. It displays an animating donut. That's very cool. I'll have to try that out. I wonder how they did animating. Animating with in C on the terminal is interesting. So we have return type parsing. Which seems like it will work. So when we actually use this is when we do what? ID of redefined variable. See, we don't need to worry about that for local variables, because local variables should shadow the anything. So I guess we could do this for each parameter, but that just, yeah, we're gonna be doing that because this is a var decal, which we'll do for each parameter. We're just handling the return type of the function right now. So the return type of a function, how was that handled before? We had return type of function before, yes. Parse return type. We would say function return type equals node symbol from buffer. Oh Christ, yeah, this is very bad. Node add child function, function return type. So effectively, we now just need to add the type to the function. So this should be like have the symbol at the very bottom, if that makes sense. So when we define params, then we'd like to say, okay, get a type value and go all the way down until we get a type symbol, right? So this type symbol, also I can get rid of that. Why are we doing this? We changed it. So this type symbol is actually going to be a child to the function. So the function is the body, and this is the new child, which is the type symbol. That's not correct. That's not correct. There's a reason why it's not correct. So when we get this type symbol, we need to, so type value iterator equals a new child. We advance, and if it's not at, then we'll be here. So shouldn't we just say, what is it? Value iterator? Type value iterator. Right? I should say, what did I have before? So type value iterator should be equal to a symbol. Elite Monkey says, but does the code work? If not, I know why. There's no sandcastles. Oh, that's right. I forgot we did sandcastles in our Markov model, our little hash map. That was so much fun. Oh, Elite Monkey. Thank you for the amazing reminder. You are right. So, effectively, I would like to do this. I would like to copy the type symbol into the type value iterator. So this type value iterator will point to the very child. So if we have like a pointer, then type value iterator is here. So then we'll set that to a symbol, a type symbol. So we should get the type symbol like this, copy it into type value iterator. Then we would like to use it as a search node. Elite Monkey says, yeah, just when I started to understand that code, you started a different one, and now I have absolutely no idea what you are doing. Lamau. It's true. We're doing very similar things. We're just creating a compiler. In this case, the nodes, we're doing some very heavy parsing right now. So we're in the weeds of it, effectively, in the thick of it. So when I copy the type symbol, I think I don't want to do that. I think what I'd like to do is say type value iterator is like equal to the type symbol. I just want to copy from it, like that. Okay. Because now type value should be the proper thing. Okay. Could not handle stack operator. Which one? So we have function none still. What should we have? We should have function none. That's correct. But we should get an empty param list, which it doesn't look like we are, but it's fine. So now we have to ensure curly brace for function body start. So we're going to expect a opening brace with our current token, our length, and our end. Expected dot found. Guess what? We found it. We found it. Which means that otherwise function requires body definition. Good enough for me. Okay, that's going to be somewhere in here. So the idea would be update the stack to handle defun body. So we should say stack operator. Again, to do don't leak operator. We're leaking it for now, though. We have to do our little stack dereferencing. Stack result is going to be equal to something else entirely. So what if at this moment we just print this node and exit? Can we do that? Result 0, exit 1. We do it. We don't. We still get internal error, could not handle stack operator for some reason. So we don't get to exit 1, I guess. We get to defun params. So our stack result, next child, is node allocate. Working result becomes that thing we allocated. So I think we can do this a little cleaner. Next expression equals node allocate. Alrighty. So stack result next child is next expression. Next expression. So we get the next expression. We add it as a child to the stack result, and then we say, okay, update our working result to parse into next expression, update our result for next time to next expression, and then boom, status equals stack handle parse. So the problem is that because we have defun body set up like we do, we're not actually doing anything to update it. So we're going to try this. We're just going to keep going. Elite Monkey says, I'm going to go sleep. I'll see ya. Bye, Elite Monkey. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. We've had a terrible stream today, I feel like. But it's been okay. It's been okay. Awesome, awesome. We did it. We did it. So our stack result, we're going to need to create some things. So we're going to say that our stack body is the function. We'd like to add a child to our stack body, and we would like to add what child? A new node, which is our function body. Elite Monkey says, why was it terrible? I'm sorry for keeping you. I just feel like I got frustrated, and I thought something was going to take like 30 minutes, and it ended up taking like 2 hours doing the whole font highlighting thing. And I got frustrated, so I just feel like it's not good content. I'm just yelling. I don't know if that's that interesting, you know what I mean? Just yelling at a computer trying to get it what you want it to do, rather than anything like, here's something in coding that's cool. It's just like, I'm angry. It is a different vibe. It's a different vibe. Thank you for caring. I really appreciate it, Elite Monkey. You're so awesome. Be sure to get some rest, though. Don't let me keep you up. Stack result. So stack result should be equal to the first expression in the function body. So now we're going to expect the closing brace and say we are done parsing function. Else we are not. Else continue the body. In which case the result, so we're gonna have to create first expression. Ooh, what did I just press? Hello? No trust. Accidentally opened DaVinci Resolve. I don't even know how I did that. I haven't opened that in so long. I just used the task manager to kill it. So we should say first expression equals node allocate, node add child to our function body, which is our first expression in the function body. Elite Monkey says, no worries for keeping me. It's not your fault at all. I just realized that my body needed more sleep than I was giving it like a week ago. Not your fault at all, Lamo. You're the best. You're the best. You're so nice, Elite Monkey. Yeah, sleep is a hard one. There's a lot to manage there. There's a lot to manage there. Time is of the essence. I don't even know what of the essence means, but I do say it a lot. I'll see ya. Bye, Elite Monkey. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night's rest. Stack result is equal to first expression. Stack operator and result, and parent should stay the same. Body should stay the same. It's still the function. So now, at this point, I feel like everything should be working out, except for if we get an empty function body. We're just going to say, like, we'll just handle it. How do we handle it? We have to set our return status or whatever. How do we do it in defun before, right? Yeah, this little ditty right here. So in this case, we are done parsing function. We can update our context to the parent context. We can set our stack to, well, we never created a context actually. So when we enter defun body, we should definitely create a new context. Unless we're already in a new context in the function. That's probably something we should do, no? So in defun, we now say defun body. So either way, we create a new stack. When did we create a new context before? So after parsing parameters, we parse the return type, then we parse the function body. So to parse the function body, we created a context. Yeah, so this effectively now needs to move up there. So the idea would be to create a context and bind all the parameters in it. I think that's doable. Then create the body and the first expression thing. Right? And then we can say working result equals first expression. So to create a context, we don't have to do any of that, but we do want to check the stack. So we create a first expression. We create a new context. Probably have to do this. This is going to be stack dereferenced to the body. That's our function. So this should be our parameter list, which honestly is our stack. Yeah, this is how we get to that. So for each parameter, look up the parameter. No, set the parameter name to the parameter type symbol. So I guess we have a little bit of an issue here to do. this assumes that var decals were parsed, but we may not have var decals. Do minimal type checking. So we should do some minimal type checking here to ensure that we don't do a bad dereference. Because if parameter iterator, it's just whatever we parsed into, whatever we parsed from here, right? It's just a function parameter. So it could be like an integer and it's totally incorrect. So trying to access children is going to be null dereferencing, and we're going to have whole issues, but for now, we'll do like that. So now that we've done this, we can say, so we don't need this because of the return okay. So then we should just say status equals stack handled parse and return okay. So should this be stack handled check? This should probably be check. No, it should be parse because we want to parse the first expression of the function body. As far as context goes, we'll just do that first. So we're going to say create new parsing context scope or function body. And then this is going to say find parameters as variables in function body scope. Looks good to me, looks good to me. Then, right, we create the function body. And we say, if we're done, we're done. But if we're not done, continue on from where? So if we found the open brace, then please continue to parse the rest of the body and handle it in defun body. All right, so then we just need to write that one. Easy, right? Okay, so the idea would be defun body. What do we need to do? We need to, first of all, do this. Right? Otherwise, just do the next thing in the body. So I guess we're doing the same thing as defun here. And again, we can fix this to not be so confusing with our little swap arounds. Yep, and then this equals next expression. So we effectively, in the body, if it's not the end of a body, just parse into the next expression of the body. Code 5? Hey, we got a code 5. Someone was asking for that earlier. Access denied. Ain't that wonderful? Ain't that wonderful? So the problem now is I don't know. So what's stack result in defun body? It should be equal to the first expression. And every time we go through it, we should update the result to the next expression and pop, pop, pop. Do it all the way down. So the issue becomes that, let's see what the issue becomes. So we're going to look at defun, and we're saying we create a new stack, and if we should create a new stack above here. That's a little confusing. So we will, is that in the wrong spot? Why are we expecting a closing parenthesis? This doesn't make sense. I feel like we're doing something wrong here. What are we doing? So we get defun, we create a function. We lex and look for, okay, so we lex and look for a parenthesis. Well, we lex and look for a function name, but we lex and look for a parenthesis after the function name. And upon finding it, we create a parameter list added as a child, and then create a new stack. And we say, look for the end of a parameter list. So this seems like it should happen, I guess, no matter what. First time chat from a new viewer. Jiku says, hey, how's it going, Jiku? What's going on? It is so cool to see you. What brings you into this amazing compiler stream? And also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I'll do my best to answer. Jiko says, what brings him here? Interest in compilers and systems programming. That's awesome. I'm glad you're interested in that. It's always fun to have more people interested in such amazing things as compiler programming. So we create a parameter list in the function. No matter what, we have a list of parameters, but we don't want to create parameters unless there is one. Right? So we expect this closing paren. And then we say, if we find one, set up stack for defun body, no parameter parsing is needed. So we add, hey, look, a bug. Should be better. It's not. Ooh, another thing with parameters is dealing with commas. So how about that? How about that? Right? Still exited abnormally with code 5. So let's figure this out. Parsing a function, get the name, get an open paren, create a parameter list. So let's do the parameter list thing first. We create a stack and say, okay, if there is a closing parenthesis, set up the stack for the body. We don't need to parse any parameters. Meaning we'll fall through to this continue after setting up this stack. But we don't update working result. You see the issue? So the issue was becoming the fact that our working result was not being updated. We were continuing and parsing into the same place more than once. Well, that's at least one issue fixed. So the first body expression is a child of the function body. We parse directly into that if we get here. So if we have parameters, right, that's where we go. But if we don't have parameters, we go here. So we should be going here pretty much no matter what. And I guess I would have to exit because we're getting memory errors, so we do have params. Okay, so then this should end up in defun body. So checking for end, right? And let's try that. Probably won't work. Wonderful. So we'll exit one and see if we can get here once. We can get here once, so it's something after this point that is screwing things up as far as executing code. So defun body creates context, right? And we say context equals context parent. So most likely we'll have to create this context and do this thing in multiple places, because down here in defun, not the lambda, in defun, let's see, what do we have? So upon setting up for defun body, we are going to need to parse. So to do would be to parse return type as well as what? Parse return type as well as function body open. That would be what we do. So we're going to have to parse the return type here as well and deal with this, just to handle empty lists, which is very annoying. But it's okay. We can deal with things like that. So we create a new context, and then we bind. Well, we would like to bind what? Nothing. There are no parameters. No params to bind. We just need to create a new context. And then that's it. So then in defun body, we should be able to handle it. So we say next expression equals node allocate. Stack result. So what is the stack, right? So defun body. We say stack equals parse stack create, and then we update it to defun body here. So the body is the function, the result is the first body expression, and the symbol is defun body. So after parsing, after continuing, we will parse. What will we parse? We will parse something, which is nothing, right? So the problem would be we have nothing here. So what if we did have something here? Does it matter? It doesn't. It's good to know. So either way, either one of these control flows is broken. So upon setting up parameters, you'd like to say, okay, parse into the first parameter and continue, because we didn't find anything. Otherwise, parse return type as well as function body open. So when we node add child to a function of the function body, we should first, well, we should do that after, yeah, we should first add the function return type. So how do I get the function return type as a node? I'm going to have to parse return type. Yep, one more. Something like this. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so the idea is that, so this will be simpler. Okay, so now we would like to parse the return type. If we find a closing paren, and we would like to say current token length, okay, token length. And then we have a type symbol created from our current token. And token length. We set type value iterator to that symbol. We get type in context using type validator. We validate the type, and then we say add child function return type, which is stored in type value. Okay, so now we get the return type of the function and set up stack for defun body. We're nearly there. Type is not found in environment. Type not found colon. Okay, that's fair. First, we have to expect a colon. Okie dokie. So what is this going to be surrounded by? We're going to look for a type annotation and do this thing only if it works. So let's think about this. If we find this is wrong, because this needs to go like here or something. So now if expected found of the type, oh God. So if expected found, the else should go here. I'm not sure why I'm so stupid. Negvorsa says, did you check for colon in return function type? I got it before compiling. That's legendary. Negvorsa, you are a genius. I can't believe you saw that bug before I actually compiled it. That's incredible. So return type parsing. We first need to expect something. So we expect a colon, and then advance the lexer and do the thing if we find it. Right? Else, we're going to have to say expected return type following parameter list or something. Yeah. Arusia says, legends say he's more compiler than human. Ooh. Negvorsa is just a compiler. It's actually just a program. So this is going to be error prep, error syntax. Type annotation required for return value of function. Following parameter lists. I think that's fine. That looks fine to me. Going to put in my earbuds. My keyboard is loud. I can never open them. God damn it. Stupid bullshit. Little plastic cases are going to be the death of me, man. They never open for me. And then other people just touch them and they break open. It's like, why? Why, finally? Jesus. Okay. My earplugs are in. We're going to return this error unless we find this, in which case we don't want to return the error. We would like to parse the return type and do all sorts of thing, right? I think that's right. So if we find a closing paren and we find a type annotation thing after it, I'm just going to continue here now, by the way. So we find a closing paren, we find a type annotation after it, we look for the return type, right? We get it, ideally, or we return an error, and then we say, okay, continue with that stack of the defun body. But here's the thing. If we don't even find a closing paren, then we're going to want to set it up like this. Okay, yeah. This is making sense. So I can get rid of this a little bit. Right? Can have this error separated. And because we return error here, we don't actually need this. Yeah, we'll do it like this. So effectively, we exit with code 5, as is, fuck, as it generally goes, right? As it generally goes. So if expected.found or expected. So we should say and expected.not done. So if expected.done happens, that means that there's actually nothing that was parsed. So we need to make sure we're not done. Otherwise, we require something. Big errors, big errors. Negvorsa says return type should be optional, right? Don't try and make it even harder on me. We're already in like a nested if. I don't need another if in here. I don't need more options. It's not working is the issue. We'll get it working first, then we'll add in our features of optional return types. And return type should be optional, but it won't be for a long time, is my feeling on things. So we parse this return type, and we create a new parsing context scope for function body. Create function body, define body. So we have a new context for body. We have a proper stack. First body expression, stack body equals function. I mean, it makes sense to me. So if we get a closing paren, then we get a closing paren. I mean, that's what happens. If we get a closing paren followed by a colon, well, that's what we need. Otherwise, we error. Perfect. So if expected found colon, yes. Negforsa says, I mean void, because it's... Is that a joke? I mean void because it's void? Yeah, eventually we'll have this. It'll be fine. And then we won't return any value. But for now, every function returns value. Rusius says, not what I see, ... Good joke. Not what I see, ... Okay, so we expect this. We advance the lexer. And then we say, hey, give us a type. So can we get a type? Are we erring before? Nope, everything's fine. Can we get all the way down to here even? We can. So let's go and look at define body and figure out how it can be better. Expect a closing paren. I think that's valid. Set stack result next child to next expression. Set working result to next expression, and set stack result to next expression, and continue parsing. Define body says, when you're done, say context parent. Jiku says, are you planning to implement everything from scratch, all the way to machine code gen? I mean, yes. We kind of already do that. Our code gen currently just outputs assembly, right? We may eventually write an assembler that supports like x86 64 or some other assembly's instruction set. But as far as we go, we're going to go to assembly most of the time. Arusia says you'll have to write a linker too then. That's not true. We just generate elf object files. Then you can link with LB. That would be the whole point, actually. Jiku says you already have a working compiler? Cool. Yes, that's what we're working on right now. It compiles this language we made up. You should check out the YouTube for all of our previous broadcasts. Yesterday we spent 6 hours and implemented pointers. Now we're spending 6 hours and doing just about nothing. No, I'm kidding. We're overhauling how parsing of functions works right now. in our parser. But yes, we have a working compiler that you can like, let's see, where do we have it? Up here eventually. Yep, up here eventually. Here we go. You can see that we generate code.s using the compiler. And then we can run code.s as an executable using as and ld. And we get exit codes, which I think this is the greatest common denominator of 88 or 80 and 16 or something. I don't even remember. Arusia says, well, yes, it just feels like if you want to do everything from scratch, you'd also make your own linker. That's a whole thing. A linker is a whole thing. But you're right, we should do that. The linker would just be, I want to be able to link with other, like C, if that makes sense. So writing a linker that links with C, but also your own object file format would be rough. The point isn't to do everything proprietary, it's to do it from scratch. Hopefully that distinction makes sense. Jiku says, I just started reading this book, Linkers and Loaders. Oh god. Don't even get me on dynamic linking. Don't even. Soon3 says linker is equal to dark arts. It's true. The linker is, it's an evil machine. Why work is really what I'm curious about. Why work. Not how work, why work. Because before, we would just do this. Everything was hunky-dory. It was fine. Okay. So stack operator defun stack result equals working result. Working result is the first expression in the function. Is that what we do up here? Shouldn't matter if we do it up here because we're not even here, if I remember correctly. Right? That's probably the thing. So let's do here. Exit. We're never there, right? This code is not being run at all. Which bodes well for us, doesn't it? Whereas if I did here, and then exit, you can see undefined reference to print F. Of course there is. We do get here. So we do get here once. Do we ever get here where we try and finish the thing, said thing? We're doing a lot of heres right now. I guess I'd have to exit. So we do get here. What about here? Oh Christ, this is so awful. We do get here. So when we're here, what is our result? Please tell me. Our result is a function. Hey, look. Does this look correct, chat? We have a function with no parameters, a symbol integer as the return type, is. Then we have none, which is the body. Then we have none, which is not correct at all. Why? Why do we have none? Why do we have none? That doesn't make sense to me. We shouldn't have none as a first child. That may be part of our issue. In any case, we are getting all the way to the variable access A, which is here. We get a dereferenced assignment to a pointer. We get a variable reassignment of putter to address of A. We get declaration of putter, which is an integer. We get a reassignment of A to 0. Jiku says, the old classic. Here 1, here 2. Yes. You will see a lot of that around here. Here 3. So we are parsing a proper function. The function looks fine. Everything here is perfect. Hunky-dory. Arusia says, how do you feel about debuggers? They're helpful if you know what's going wrong already, but they're not very helpful for finding what's going wrong, in my opinion. They are in certain cases, but like maybe this one. Yeah, let's do it. Arusia says you could use a debugger to step through the code to see where execution happens. Yes, that's how debuggers work. It's just that it takes so long to set it up and actually open it and do it, and it takes most of the time I find the bug just by the time I even open the debugger. But in this case, you're right, we haven't found the bug for a while. We should try a debugger. We will appease chat. Chat has been appeased. Jiku says GDB it up. We should. We're going to use Visual Studio because I am lazy and I'm on Windows. If I was on Linux, I would definitely use GDB because GDB and Linux work great together. Whereas GDB and Windows does not quite work great together. Why? So in parser.c, please, when you are handling the stack operator, I don't care about your stupid updates. So we're going to set one of these. We're going to say, when you are done handling the body, please let us know. Arusia says Visual Studio it up, Kappa. Lamau. Yeah, we're just going to Visual Studio it up. So we hit a breakpoint, but we're not in it. What happened? So did we not hit this breakpoint? I figured we would hit this breakpoint, but we do not. Why not hit breakpoint? Right? Why not hit breakpoint? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, we should definitely expect. We're just never here. This is why I hate debuggers. Some nouns don't work as verbs at all. It's true. Okay, so just setting a breakpoint and we get nothing. So how would we never get here? How would we never handle the defun body stack? That doesn't make sense to me. First of all, because we were printing things and they were showing up, no? Yeah? Like, didn't this print something and exit with code 1? Okay. Can you set a breakpoint there? We still don't hit it. Program argument like last time. Negvorsa, you're probably right. Ah, you are correct. Look at you, Negvorsa, you're a genius. This is why I goddamn hate Visual Studio. So many goddamn windows for ultimately nothing. Hey, we did it! Chat. Negvorsa literally fixed our bug with our debugger. Now that we've fixed our bug with our debugger, we can use the debugger to fix a bug that we don't even know what it is. We have to go find it. Negvorsa, thank you. You're the best. So please tell me, can we get here? We don't have any issues. What is context? Context is the global context. So we are now in the global context. Stack is now what? It's a dereferenced. So stack is now null. So is this dereferencing null? Is that the issue? Hey, look. Exception thrown, read access violation. Value children was null putter. That's a very C++ error. Value, what is value? So for a function call. So for a function called value is the function. So why? What has happened here? We don't check for failures in our code gen. Is that what's happening? So we don't check for failures in our code gen, which means our function call having an invalid function in the functions environment. Do we not environment set? Hold up, is that all it is? Do we not environment set? That's probably all it is. Chat. Oh my Christ, that was awful. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with that anymore. Okay, so where handled? Jiku says exceptions in C. What? Welcome to Windows. How may I take your order? Would you like exceptions in C? Would you like unsafe, deprecated C library? Would you like breaking changes every 3 months? Welcome to Windows. You have all of those things here. Thank you so much, Jiku. I really appreciate the follow. It has been so much fun having you in chat, so I appreciate that you would like to come back in the future. So our issue comes from the fact that we never do this little ditty. God damn it. So, the problem. We have to handle... Where's operator? Operator. Shouldn't we have like parse handle stack operator? Where is handle stack operator? Why am I going crazy? Why could we not find this? So if we have defun params, we'll always delegate to defun body eventually. In here. Oh Christ, this is so messy. But not here. So when we ensure closing brace, so we are still going to have to create the context for code genning and type checking, binding parameters and such. And then after we do that, so no matter what, we're going to need to set this thing. We're done parsing function, empty body. So this handles a function with parameters that have been parsed. And then this handles an empty body, which means that we have to set, we have to do our environment set. Like this. And we would like to set our function name. Here's an issue. Here's an issue, everybody. We don't have the function name in this context. We just have the parameters. Ah, why? Why? So when do we have the function name, right? We have the function name in defun right here. So when we create a function, it doesn't actually need a name because we have lambdas. So when we create a function, the name is only needed in the environment. So we create this function. We then need to set the function. So I think we can just do it here. I don't think we even have to worry about it. So we're going to set in our context functions, our function name, and bind it to our function. Oh my god, chat. Chat, it's working. Hey. Function call with none at the end. No. No. We can have none at the end of a function call. How did that happen? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Jiku says, woot. Arusia says, oh yeah, you need a special compiler flag to use the standard functions in string.h on Windows, right? If you use MSVC, it's a whole, there's so many little things that they get you with that are different from other platforms. But yes, you're correct. You are absolutely correct. I still don't like this none right here. It's not encouraging. But the idea now is hopefully we can support more syntaxes than we did before. See, it works great. Doesn't it, chat? Doesn't this work great, chat? God damn it. Okay, so we probably have to environment set elsewhere. But do you think this would, for every function, we have environment set function named a function? So we create a function bound to this name, and then we write into function a whole bunch. Right? Like here, we add a child. And this pointer is used directly, verbatim. And so is function name, it seems like, which is fine. So use function name and function to create a new function. And we can do check return value for what? Check return value for redefinition of function. Sure. Sure. Okay, so can we not do what we fucking break, apparently? So we can create a scope which looks like this, which is our global scope. But then we create a child context, our scope, with a pointer variable, which is a pointer to an integer, and a, which is just an integer. Everything looks fine here. Everything's being created just fine. Rohan says, I see we made some progress with the highlighting. Yes, Rohan is back. How's it going, Rohan? We did make some progress with the highlighting. We now have comments, types, function names, and keywords. So we are doing rather well, I would say. It makes the code much more readable. Like, okay, these are comments, this is code. I like it. But yeah, we made some progress on the highlighting. Now we're working on reworking parsing of functions entirely, which somewhat works until it doesn't. Rohan says, finished gaming, so time to chill a little bit and go to sleep soon. That's awesome. That sounds like a great night. Perfect wind down. So we parse the function body if we can. I see. We're not parsing the opening function body symbol. So if we take a look at our thing, we have the function name, we have the parameter list, we have the return type, then we have this open, but we are just parsing the return type and then going right into it. So we have to expect something else, which is an open. We'll use like current token and token length and end. Arusius says, why not chill a little bit by writing a compiler? Lol. Debated. Rohan says, I need to learn programming first. Kek and W. That's true. Oh, I missed something. Jiku says, what is environment? Okay, so environment is basically, what did I do? Environment is basically a linked list of bindings, right? So you have a binding, and each binding has a next binding. So this is just a linked list of bindings, but with a parent environment. So you can search an environment. You can search through each of its bindings, which I think we do. For example, here in environment set, you can loop over and iterate all of the bindings of the environment. And you can say, if you find a matching key, then store the value there for set, for example. Or you can create a new binding and store key value pairs. So an environment is our homemade custom homebrew data structure to store node mappings. So we can have key value pairs effectively in C. And it uses our node, our AST node, as the actual data type, which means that we can store, for example, a function in an environment bound to a symbol, which is a function name, for example. I said for example like 8 times, but hopefully that makes sense. Expected open function body. Okay, we're going to say expected open curly brace to begin function body following function return type. I mean, that's pretty specific. Once we get better errors, this is going to be pretty good. Eternal Wild Fox says, wow. Code 5, wonderful. So if it's not found, return error. We do find it, and we should update all these things. What's the problem now? We create a new context. We say function body allocate, first body allocate. Then we continue after setting everything appropriately. Everything here is fine. Alrighty. So something happens. We'll look at the stupid debugger again, right? We'll see if we just hit another exception in C. Hey, look, we did. Another exception in C. Type info children was null putter. What is type info? Type info is from the types environment. Interesting. So what is type info? Type info is what? Some node with a type of 0. That's a none node. So why are we failing types? What are we trying to do right now? We're trying to code-gen a program, and we're looking for the global variables. So what global variable? We have type null is what it printed out. Type null. How do we have type null? So variable iterator value, right? So interestingly enough, we have type null. I still don't get how that works. We should have a context with a types environment, which has a binding of an ID and value, right? And you can see that these are not null. So how did we screw things up that hard? Type equals var it value. So var it is null. What? So while var it, then we say, okay, please deal with type info. I'm not sure how var it is null. It shouldn't be null because we're in a while loop, but whatever. And it's saying type info children was null pointer because type info refers to the types environment, which we got type from. And type, what is type? What is type here? Type is var it value, so that should be this thing, right? And is that this thing? 18D40. So what is type info? Type 18D40. I don't see that here, which is a little worrying. Here we have 11F40 in variables. Oh, that makes sense. So we're not looking in, we are looking in types though. But this is a variable. I'm now starting to get it. So here it is. We have a type of 9, which I'm pretty sure is a function. Like, let's go to our parser and say function. That's a type of 3. So a type of 9 is actually what? Type of 9 is actually pointer. Okay. I hate debugging like this. And Rohan says, did I just see error code 5 coming back for a split second? We've been dealing with error code 5 for like 30 minutes. You absolutely saw it come back. Value is null. How is that okay? So it's a pointer, which means that type info children. I don't even get this. If it's a pointer, we should have a child, which we do. So the issue is we're looking up. Oh, Christ. Here's a question I have. What global anything are we dealing with? That doesn't make sense to me. We shouldn't be dealing with anything global. No global variables should happen. Right? So we say var it ID, which apparently is just magical because we can dereference null and it's fine. See, does anybody understand how this happens? Like, how do we get to this code? What is happening with the debugger where var it is null? Why can we not see which variable we're fucking on? Is it just because var it got updated here and we have to go before that? In which case, it's very confusing. That is it. So which variable iterator are we fucking on? Context, variables, bind. 5B40. Is this what this ends in? It ends in 5B40. So var it refers to 5B40. Yes. Value. Because it complains and says type info doesn't have a child. So what's type info? Type info is a none. It's none. It has a none type. How does type info have a none type? Because type has a type of pointer. So when we environment get this type, shouldn't this be type symbol? This should be type symbol. So why do we not have a type symbol? Because it's a pointer. Again, I still don't get which one this is, actually. Like, what are we trying to define? Putter. Why are we trying to generate global variables? How does this make any fucking sense? What? What is context? Context should have types, which means that we're in the, yeah, it has types. That means we're in the global context. So why do we have variables in the global context? That should definitely not be there. Excuse me? Let's think about this. We have variables in the global context that should not be there. Rohan says I'm just as confused as you are. I'm glad, because it doesn't make sense to me at all. So when we do a variable declaration, right, here it is. We do an environment set in context variables. Yes. Rohan says, because you set symbols and another thing equal with your hack fix yesterday maybe, or treated it as the same. By treating a variable access as a symbol, we should not run into errors where we set the wrong thing in the wrong environment, I don't think. That has to do with comparison, which would mean that our symbol would have to be different. But it's just a symbol. In which case, so we set in this place, right? We set in this place, and we say, alrighty, the context that you have right now, define a variable within it. Which means that when we parse, okay, so when we parse defun params, we have to create a parsing context. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. We have to create a context both ways. Both ways we gotta handle the context. So we say parse context create. So now up in defun params, handling it as a stack operator, then we need to say, when you do the stack thing and say you're done, you also need to eat the context. And you don't need to create a new context for the body. We've already done that. Sad Pepe. Error 5 getting bullied to disappearance once again. It's true. It's true. We still get type not found null. Some bullshit. So in the symbol foo, we have pointer and a. And then we have a pointer to an integer here. Okay, so we have the symbol, the foo context is here, and the bar context is here. We are now getting the correct context, are we not? We are, because global doesn't have putter as a variable. It has no variables. That's exactly what we want. Now, what's your problem? We have a function. We have another function. So we have a variable declaration symbol pointer. So to validate parameters, they should be the same as all the others because we've defined them in the proper context. So what that means is that most likely in type checking, when type checking function calls, I would guess. So getting, yeah, type check a function call. So we ensure the function call arguments are of the correct type by iterating over both of these lists. And the issue is that we get the return type of our given argument and the expected type by doing next child, which is null, I'm certain. Parse get type in original context. Because, yes, that's definitely valid. A valid concern. So get the type of what? Temp node children next child. What is temp node? It's value children children. What is value? Value is the function itself. So we have a function. And that's value. So value, so temp node is children. So while iterator in temp node. So iterator is equal to expression children next child children. So expression children next child children. So this would be the first parameter, if there was one. This would be the first parameter expected if there was one. The fact that they're both null will mean that we break with no error. But what error do we get? Type is not found in environment. Okay. So we get type of temp node. We decided that temp node, if it's not null. Well, here's the thing. In what we're currently doing, right? Temp node should be null. And so should everything else. Man, I have to go to the restroom again. Honestly, I've been streaming so long today, I'm gonna have to stop. I'm gonna have to stop soon anyways. I just want to keep working on this because I want it to work. I want it to work. But we're getting so much closer now. So where is our actual issue? We fail type checking, right? Maybe not type checking. So that may be code genning. We're just gonna see another exception. Just one more bug fix. Exactly. Just one more bug fix. So the whole program runs without an exception. But it doesn't necessarily work. So let's set one of our simplest breakpoints at the end of main. Do we not actually make it here? Excuse me? We're probably returning 3 here. We have type is not found in environment. So in cogen program, we're looking up a type of something. So type is not found in environment is probably in parser.c. And under parse get type, type is not found. Okay. Yes, please bring me there. What are we looking up? Null context, because yes. So what is ID? ID is none. Well, how is that helpful at all? We're trying to look up none ID? Of course this doesn't work. Type not found null. Why are we trying to look up none? Right? We're trying to look up none because we're trying to cogen an expression of a variable declaration. Also, we print node here when this is probably where that's coming from. Remember we were confused where we were printing a node from before? It's probably right there. Alrighty, so we're printing none. That actually makes sense. So we get the type of none. So why is temp node type? What is temp node? Temp node is environment get in variables. And we're getting, so there's a variable declaration, and we say get from variables the type of the variable. That makes sense to me. Just one more to do or fix me, Rohan says. That's right, we'll add in one more little to do. So the problem, context made it to null eventually, which means that this expression children didn't work. What is expression children? Expression, please, children. So expression is meant to be a vardecal. So the child of a vardecal is the symbol, right? That's the symbol A. So when this is here, we're trying to do this variable declaration and failing for some reason. What's your issue? Okay, we'll do that. Why not? Doesn't matter. In any case, so we have this symbol as a child. So we're looking up the symbol A in the variables environment of our context. Why doesn't that work? Why doesn't that work? Okay. So what is our context? Our context is equal to what? has no parent, so we have the global context. That's not right. How does that work at all? So our context is equal to the global context because next child context, but next child context is not null. It refers to the actual, yeah, with putter and a in it. So this is the proper context. Next child context is the proper context. So why didn't we enter the next child context? Am I just dumb? So when cogenning a function, is that, I'm sure we had to call that from somewhere. So we called cogen function generate global functions. So we say next child context equals context children. And then we say, okay, pass in next child context. And then in generate function, do we not update next child context? Yeah, we say, look, we update next child context every time that we cogen a function. This is so confusing. Why is this not working? So we have next child context set to the actual context we want. But next child context should have been, it's already something. So we should have set it up here. I don't get why we didn't. Context should be equal to next child context. But CTX is equal to what? You won't show me now. Well, it's equal to this function. So we cogen program x86, 64, MSWin, whatever. But when cogenning a function in the global context, so cogenning a function in the global context means that we should use its child context. Because there is no function at the global scope. I mean, there are functions in the global scope, but I mean, like, this whole thing isn't a function. This whole thing, please. Thank you. Well, we're closer, right? We're closer. And type is not found in environment while cogenning for some reason, because type of A is not found in environment. I don't know. So when we go to cogen, and go to a var decal, then it's clear that the problem comes from here, right? So we'll add a to-do and a fix me, and then we will end the stream. To-do, fix me, variable declarations, the following line causes errors when it really shouldn't. Jiku says, let it marinate a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna let these bugs marinate, let them all get to know each other, you know what I mean? And then we'll work on them once we are prepared. I think that's a valid tactic. You're absolutely right. Thank you so much, Jiku, for watching. Thank you, Rohan. Thank you, Eternal Wildfox, Arusius. Who else did we have in here? Neg Vorsa, you were so helpful today. You were instrumental, I would even say. Elite Monke was in here earlier. He went to sleep. We had our donator, Soon3, in the chat. That was so much fun. Gnarly Quack. We had RPWH. It was so much fun today. Thank you, everybody, for watching the stream. And I hope something interesting happened for you. I do want to apologize. I feel like today's stream didn't go as planned or as well as the normal ones do. So I will try to return to your regularly scheduled higher quality programming, not high quality, but higher quality programming than this in the future. I would like to thank everybody for watching. I very much appreciate it. Check out the YouTube down below and you can see all the previous broadcasts and what got us into this whole mess in the first place. Jiku says laters. Bye, Jiku. Thank you so much for watching. But yeah, be sure to follow, join the Discord so that you can get announcements every time I go live. You can see what we are doing, what everyone is up to. You can share things and get your code reviewed or anything you would like. We have a lot of fun here and I really recommend joining. But yeah, be sure to do that. Join the Discord. The YouTube down below is very interesting. All the previous broadcasts that we have ever done are up on the YouTube. And then there is the donate button in the Twitch About section. You do not have to, but I would greatly appreciate any and all donations that come in. And I will, if I do get a donation, you can leave a message. I'll read your message on stream. And if you leave your username, I'll attribute it to you. For example, Soon3, SSUN3, gave me $10 and he said, I learned a lot from your streams. Thank you, Lens. Thank you so much, Soon3. It's people like you who allow the stream to continue and continue to happen, right? Because I'm sorry, but the lights do need to stay on for computers to work as far as it goes money-wise. So thank you very much to everybody who donates. If you cannot donate or choose not to, that is okay. We love you just as well. All we care about is that you are positive, you show up, and you're enthusiastic. With those three things, what else could you ask for? Thank you everybody so much for watching. This will be the end of part 19 of our compiler work. And tomorrow we will begin by fixing this exact error. Thank you everybody, and I will see you in another life. Bye bye!